Hello. It's not often that we're both alone together. Usually there's a lot of other people in the room, and we don't get time to really talk one on one. Have you been? That's good. Wife and kids doing all right? Yeah, my husband's. Everyone's good. That's good. Well, I mean, you've seen how it's been going. Is what is happening good? Is what is happening bad? Is what is happening a distraction? Is what is happening a distraction? Is this all a distraction? There was a comedian in Toronto, Dom Perret, and on the stand-up comedy forums for Toronto, there'd be a lot of people who would argue with each other, and eventually Dom would just say, "None of this matters." Dom would say, "None of this matters." I saw an interview with no, it was a debate with Foucault, the French philosopher, and Noam Chomsky, the American chump. Sorry. I know a lot of people like Noam. I'm sure he's a great guy. I wonder if I could do this with a microphone. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. So we do have a microphone. What was I talking about? Oh yeah. So are we wasting our time? So we do have a microphone. Oops. Ah, fantastique. Okay. So the question is, like Dom said, Are we wasting our time? Terry Pratchett said that they didn't speak, they changed the world such that they had spoken. They didn't speak, they changed the world such that they had spoken. Are we wasting our time? What is the opportunity cost? Opportunity cost is what you could be doing if you weren't doing this. What could have you been doing? What could have you been doing all week, all month, all year? They tell you to build, and seemingly they give you all of the tools to build. And then you find out that they asked you to build in a place with no electricity, with no running water, with no internet. And you're like, hey, you told me this was the creator economy. And they're like, it is the creator economy. I'm like, well, why did you give me all the tools to create a piece of shit in a place that doesn't matter? And I believe this is why people love Foucault, why people love Noam Chomsky, why people love when you speak in threes. You ever meet someone who learned how to speak in threes for the first time? It's fucking annoying. I believe this, and I believe this, and furthermore, because you variate the third, I believe this. And it's like, you're so focused on the technique that the content is waning. But that's what happens when you encounter content. And, oh, sorry, encounter technique for content. And maybe that is really what we're talking about. What we're talking about is, does information destroy expression? Does information destroy expression? I'll give you an example. When I started out doing stand-up, um, if you haven't laughed yet, that's how good I've gotten. When I first started stand-up, I would watch other comedians, because you want to be effective on stage. So why don't you look at other examples? And in a lot of ways, I think that's the worst thing I could have ever done. Because eventually I just went on stage as like a caricature of Chris Rock, Louis C.K., and maybe Paul Mooney, right? It's interesting, the notion that you should be yourself because it's impossible for anyone else to compete with you on it. But yeah, so the question is, does information hurt expression? Was it the Durants that said history is the only true psychology, and that philosophy was philosophy marked the death of religion? The problem being that the religion was the motivation for art. And when you supplanted religion or displaced with when you displace religion with art, sorry, when you replace religion with philosophy, you lost the propeller of civilization. How did he say it? Religion seldom survives philosophy. What do you think about that statement? Religion seldom survives philosophy. The AI responded, and philosophy seldom survives religion. Atheists do not have to be philosophic, nor believers in God have to be religious, and the former cannot comprehend the need for the latter. Since there is no evidence that God exists, atheists are perfectly free to define the word faith however they wish to, and they are perfectly free to argue that the other person's non-belief in God is unwarranted. However, in my experience, atheists usually refuse to be rational rather than irrational. If we are to believe that the universe exists, then I would like some evidence that it does. Theists usually require evidence that the universe exists, but atheists do not require evidence that the universe exists. May I say for the record that I have no intention of ever discussing faith in any scientific form. I like that. It's powerful AI. So the question going back is, are we wasting our time? By coming together and sharing information, are we wasting our time? Are we building in the sewers? Does our micro dissolve under the macro? I think is what everyone has on their mind. Does our microcosm, whether you're a comedian or an accountant or a smart contract developer, does our microcosm dissolve under the macrocosm over the next 18 months? You know, we sit on Twitter Spaces and kind of fuck around while you guys scroll through Investments Hulk. Maybe Twitter Spaces is kind of like playing a fiddle while the Titanic sinks. I mean, even that guy Tucker Max, the author, the guy's fucking building fences. What's a plural of a fence? A fenkai? Tucker Max is building fenkai for sheep. A lot of people have took their casino winnings to the Caribbean. So are we playing music while the Titanic sinks. You know, you can look a lot at what's happening here. Like Daniel said, it's like Protestants versus Lutherans versus Anabaptists. And if you've listened to Hardcore History with Dan Carlin, you'll know how badly that pagans are treated. One of the things that has come up a lot is how to deal with trolls. And people think trolls are their enemy. Trolls are your friend. Trolls are your friend. I mean, think about the UFC, right? If you wanted to be an honorable Twitter space combatant, wouldn't you hug after the fight is over? After the fifth round, right? And how do you feel about people who don't hug after a fight? It's bad sportsmanship, right? So a lot of people talk about how to combat trolls or basically what they're trying to figure out, how do they fight back? That's what they want, right? How do I defend myself? How do I defend myself against someone who's trying to turn over my lunch table or snatch my sandwich out of my hand or push me against a wall? The best we figured out is judo. If someone is applying force, move with the force, and at the right moment, add the trip and get out of the way, right? You know, a lot of jujitsu is about fighting off your back. I don't think people realize that a lot of jujitsu is really about fighting off your back, because eventually, if you're in a fight, you're going to be on your back. So best start there. In fact, some might argue that like being on your back is the best option if you know what you're doing. It's it's not the worst position if you can grab for overhooks, underhooks. You know, I remember the first time that I was in a jujitsu gym, I was fighting a guy who was much taller than me, and eventually, you know, he got on top, and all I did is hug. I just hugged for dear life so he couldn't move. Now, have a street fight, he would have probably boxed my ears, and I'm done. But yeah, fighting from the bottom, being able to defend from the bottom, allows you to be comfortable with throwing a kick, knowing that if you are taken down, you know how to swim underwater. You can hold your breath. A troll is a heckler is a troll. Hey, Casey. And I'm just saying. Hey,
Well, good morning. Once again, we greet the day.
I was pretending to talk to you guys.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I was trying to imagine that I had um that it was everyone and only one person in the room, right? And
Hmm,
just saying, hey, how's it going?
sure.
Oh yeah, kids are good.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Wife, awesome.
Little mental run through.
This
Feel a little warm
is
up,
fake,
right? These
right?
are
And so, yeah,
the talking yoga exercises.
yeah. Hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking wild, right?
Mhm.
You see the thing that Kit just posted? Fucking crazy, right? Just talking to myself. But like, I think I have the rhythm of like talking to you guys,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
So it's like, this week we're talking about trolls, and you know, so I think what we're trying to do is figure out how to defend ourselves, right? When we talk about this, we know they're not going away. We just want to know how to throw a punch, maybe, or maybe throw a block. So I was just talking to myself for like 20 minutes. It's kind of fun,
Just
actually. Trying
crafting
to imagine
crafting different approaches and phrases. That's yeah.
talking out of my fucking
Yeah.
ass. Like, so, but about what we're talking about here. So, like, I'm not sure if you've ever heard the Bill Burr Monday Morning podcast.
No.
Oh, man. If you ever hear this, it's just him alone
Oh, really?
talking to himself, making himself laugh, confusing himself,
Oh,
realizing he's an idiot.
that's great.
And he's been doing it for years. Dude, there's like thousands of these
Oh,
at
that's
this point.
awesome.
We're just on the Monday. Hey, what's going on, guys? I remember what it was like going to work on a Monday. It fucking sucks. So I figured if it sucks for you, I'm going to do this podcast every fucking Monday, right? I'm going to be there right with you.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
And dude, it is scary how, if you think it's stand-up funny, like the stuff on this podcast is even more nuts because it's just him. Like, there's this thing where he has sponsors sponsor the show, and he can't get through the ad without laughing. Dude, it's called Sherry's Berries. Try saying that,
Sherry's berries
but with an accent.
with what type of accent?
The Boston accent.
Sip. Oh God. Yeah, get over the Sherry's berries over there. Oh my God.
So here's a beautiful thing. So he gets handed some script, right, from the producer. And it's like, all right, we're moving on to fucking advertisers. What do we got today? Sherry's Berries. Who approved this? I approve this. All right, Sherry's Berries. Are you? And he starts laughing, and he can't get through the script.
That's great. That's
I
that's
just,
actually really
I just,
good advertising.
dude, it's the best commercial ever.
Mm, that's
It
awesome.
is the best commercial ever. Because like, help your wife with some chocolates covered, and he can't even put his mouth word. You know what I mean? Because he's from Boston, and so it's like, it sounds wrong coming from him. So yeah,
So yeah.
but
All right.
uh,
So I'm looking to dive into a little bit of the Voyager talk. You up for that? It's a little early.
no, it's not early at all. So
All right.
how
There's
did things?
two
First of all, how did
thoughts.
things yesterday?
I good.
Because that was a huge space.
Yeah, that was decent. That was decent.
Oh my God, you have 666 people tuned in. Congratulations.
It was I just tried to stay focused on moving the people along.
Hmm.
I was just there to catch the end of the conversation, thank them, keep the room organized, and move along to the next person. That was the goal.
I feel like devil's advocate is a service.
Oh, totally. Especially
Is that bad?
no
You would
devil's
tell me if it's bad.
no, yeah, I would definitely tell you if it was bad. Um, the the devil's advocate is critical, right? You have to have that in some way, shape, or form. Something otherwise there's no point in even having the conversation. So the two trains of thought that if I really boil it down to basics is Sam Bankman is trying to offer a capture of customers and assets as a proposal.
FTX is the new VGX.
So the only reason Obi was saying no to that was that they don't like, you can say yes if you mean to say VGX is the people and their assets, which could be very true, right? Um, but Sam Bankman doesn't want any of the company, doesn't want the user interface, doesn't want the platform at all, doesn't want anything to do with VGX. He's offering people.
But I'm saying, like, isn't it true that one day FTX will offer a debit card?
So this is why, like, what you're saying, like, they're the new, yeah, kind of, yeah, but also kind of no, because here in the moment, it is customer and customer assets only, right? And that's just the distinction between why. That's why it's like, yeah, kind of, yeah, but no, kind of no at the same time, if you're being specific.
If, so if Voyager was typified by those four things, right? You have the convert, custody, right? Compound.
Yeah, that's, well, I mean, the thing is though, that's not unique to FTX. Like, that's the in kind of where the industry standard has been going,
Mm-hmm.
from
Right.
crypto.com to Coinbase to you name it. They're all like cards, cards, cards. Like, it's a big push in the industry. So that's why I'm saying, like, when you say that, kind of, yeah, kind of. If you, especially when you make it a general like industry view, but then here in the moment, kind of no. They don't want anything to do with VGX or the Voyager platform or any part of the company. And that's so that's why I'm saying it's both
Yeah,
yes and
I
no.
say I say the new VGX because of the functionality, right? So if FTX is now the only person left solvent,
Yeah, yep,
right? Who is going to provide this core functionality, starting with custody and conversion for the U.S. population? What I was afraid of is that people are going to take a massive haircut, right?
mhm,
When I say massive, anywhere from 60 to 90%, because it's massive given how much they put on, right? They take a massive haircut with what they get in their FTX balance, and everything else is subject to whatever happens with three arrows, which is nobody gets anything.
right,
That's what I'm afraid of.
sure, that's it. And I like the way you phrase that. Like, here's, I don't know that this is the case. This is the fear. I like that.
Hmm.
That's solid. That's super solid.
Because if people are going to speculate on the positive side,
Mm,
well, let me just
yeah.
speculate on the negative side.
So
Hey, hey, everyone! Everything you've been told was a lie until you found out in the newspaper the next day.
right,
What makes any of this
different,
different?
right.
You've been lied to for at least 90 days straight.
So
And all of a sudden, you're going to be like, oh,
so
look what happened. It's
and
true.
and in the details, the pro rata portion of this is where the devil's in the details, I believe. So the pro rata portion of this is not understood well.
People think, is it possible that the USD is backed? Yeah. Is it also true that it's subject to court approval? Yes.
Hmm.
Subject, what do you think that means? It means that
Well,
our logic doesn't mean shit.
I only had like one stanza in the space yesterday, and
Mhm.
it was as I was managing the speakers, it was repeating, this is only an offer on the table that has to be accepted by not only both parties but also the table of seven and the judge. This is just an offer subject to change, and it says directly in it, we're willing to change shit around too, whatever. If this doesn't work and there's something close to it, let us know. Like,
It's like me advertising, "Hey, I'm Johnny Depp, and today we're going to be arguing this with Amber Heard." Oh yeah,
what?
yeah. What are they going to be arguing? Oh shit, they're going to be releasing the tape about that, right? So we're having. It's almost like the O.J. Simpson trial in a way, where people are watching the things, and then you have court TV afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It is court
it
TV,
is. It is. It is. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
right? I'm not saying it's
Let's
bad.
dissect every word. And yeah,
Yes. What did Kato Kalin mean? Was he actually at the scene?
right,
Did he help drive?
right,
Does he kind of look like David Spade?
right.
Next on Court TV.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's,
uh,
oh, that kind of hurts a little bit. So
dude, we have to be able to see
yeah,
that we're not being told the truth over and over and over again. And it's almost like the need to believe that these people are gods goes up the worse the situation gets. Like I say, you
see,
know what?
I'm not
These are
hearing.
professionals.
Well, I mean,
These are corporate people.
if you're
They have a lot
talking
of
about like
experience.
idolization of Sam Bankman,
Mhm. Oh no, Steve.
I'm not here
Steve
for what
and
it's
the.
worth. I'm not hearing a lot of idolization about him anymore. That
Has that gone
it
away?
seems to have faded. Yes, that seems to have faded.
Wow.
Yeah, I think once people realize that he captured, quite a few millions
What do you mean?
before the drop, he sold a great deal of his stock portion. Oh
Oh.
yeah, yeah.
No.
He banked out. Oh yeah, he banked
No.
out. And I don't remember if it was. And
No.
this is going to sound horrible. I don't remember if it was 14 million or 40 million. But I think it was 14. I think it was
No.
14.
I feel like the maid from Family Guy. No. No.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I think
no.
as people
So if
are,
I Google Steve Ehrlich stole the top,
yeah, something like that. You should come up with some stuff.
you're kidding me.
No. So yeah, I'm not hearing a lot of Ehrlich love these days.
No.
You
Where could I find that he stole? Where did you hear that?
oh, dude, it's all over. It's public. You,
No. What do you mean? Like, how would I find it?
um,
Like, stole Voyager stock?
yeah, Ehrlich.
Because that's a big thing.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. I mean, this was a while back. This wasn't like hidden. I've seen it so many times. Let's go Google.
Hey, Uncle Toast, what's going on? So, like, at the same time, Vitalik Buterin sold the top too with the Ethereum Foundation.
GM.
Well,
What, Uncle? You met KC? KC, Uncle?
How you doing, man?
what's up, Uncle? How you doing? How's your day?
Not so bad. I just got up, so
Nice. Good morning. Good morning.
good morning.
Uncle, you familiar with the Voyager platform fiasco?
No, what's going on with it?
KC, Do you have a 30
Yeah,
second?
I got the quick pitch on this
Well,
one.
90 days,
Yeah,
in
right.
30 seconds. Where's your platform?
Centralized platform lent out everybody's money, and the money they lent out, the person went bankrupt, and so everybody's money is now locked up on the platform, Celsius style.
Oh my god, dude. And you know what? I guarantee that I'm going to see like a couple more different platforms doing this as well. I imagine KuCoin is up on the list. I imagine um
So I got a hot take for you on that one.
what's up?
Coinbase.
I was gonna yeah. There's something
They're
going on with them too, right?
insider trading.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
And I think one of the scariest threats to a centralized platform is fraud, because that's federal, and then at that point they can lock up all the funds, and it becomes a cash grab, because at that point you have to prove that those funds were yours through a process, and a lot of people will fail that process, and those funds become property of the government.
Now, may I ask, even the Coinbase wallet, like the decentralized finance, what's supposed to be is the DeFi wallet.
Yeah.
Do those funds get locked up as
Well,
well?
so Coinbase has Coinbase and Coinbase Pro. Coinbase Pro is being shut down or has been shut down, and then
Right.
Coinbase is a centralized platform. So they go out and purchase the assets, and then you buy the assets from them that are still kept on Coinbase.
But there's also another Coinbase wallet, like not
Are you thinking
Pro.
about
But
Are you thinking about Crypto.com? I think you're thinking about Crypto.com. Coinbase doesn't have a DeFi wallet, but Crypto.com does. They have a
yeah, you're
centralized.
right. Crypto.com does. Oh, I thought Coinbase did too.
No, but Crypto.com does, though. They do that. They've got a centralized platform and then a DeFi platform.
Right.
And it's interesting because the legal pressure still gets applied to the centralized side of the platform and has an impact on the decentralized platform. Like, Crypto.com made multiple moves to bring themselves more in line with regulations on their DeFi wallet because of the pressure they had on their centralized. So anytime you have these centralized platforms, mismanagement is a threat, and third party um, law is another one. And the thought that Coinbase has insider trading going on, and that triggers a fraud situation. There goes Coinbase. You know,
Well, it's funny that we think about decentralized finance, but what is decentralized finance? A handful of connected people lending to each other. So while we might want to call it decentralized, they're not disconnected.
which is why you keep on saying distributed, right?
Yes, it's what we have is a distributed system led by an oligarchy. An oligarchy, which means, a pantheon of a handful of people who make sure everything, like a senate, right? That's essentially what we have. We have a distributed Senate-led computing system. So I think when decentralized, like Peter Thiel said, every great startup is essentially a dictatorship. I was talking to a guy who was leading a, supposedly decentralized team, and he was running into issues of getting things done. And I'm like, of course. How are you going to have everyone with the same decision-making ability? In the beginning? Are you nuts? The being would tear itself apart if all atoms wanted to go in a different direction. Imagine, you ever see, imagine a sperm, right? When you have a sperm, it has like the tail, the cilia that propels it through the water, right? Imagine if you have like this sperm, but it has a million legs all going around it. It would, if they're all swimming, the sperm wouldn't move. You have to have someone make a decision sometime. Maybe that's what people are afraid of. They're afraid of personal responsibility over decisions, and so they're handing that over to some.
So and that's why I think XR. Okay, I don't. I could be wrong on this, but I think XRP is going to prosper because of the centralization aspect of it now. When I first started hearing about it, when the SEC first started attacking XRP, I thought that it was not going to make it. Like, no way, nobody's going to want this centralized currency. But now, looking at everything, I truly think that XRP is going to be one of the biggest.
If they're successful in their case.
I mean, you don't have to be successful as long as you're connected. Like, remember Microsoft, right? Why did Microsoft proliferate? Because of its relationship with IBM.
Yep.
Right? It wasn't even like, if you look at the functions, that's someone else's code. Have you ever looked at the those documentaries about how Microsoft began, and they tracked all of the, like, they tracked 78 similar function names and definitions from someone else's code?
That's hysterical.
Right?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh man. Oh man. Who's the guy? It was the guy that should have been Bill Gates.
Oh my god.
Dude, the man that could have been Bill Dude.
What?
The
That's
Gary
crazy.
Killdog story. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm titling it this thing, okay?
So I mean, obviously, then Microsoft is not open source, right? Like, you can't use that.
Um, open source is an interesting thing, and it's being debated right now because people are realizing that GitHub was where they used to store, right, their code. And when Microsoft bought GitHub for what, $10 billion a few years ago, people didn't recognize what was happening, right? But why do you think Microsoft bought the world's code repo?
So that they can have it for themselves, right?
And they can build GitHub Copilot. Does that make sense? So the
Yeah.
GitHub AI Copilot that generates the code for you is based
Oh.
on what? It's based on what was supposed to be your code.
Oh my god, dude, that's crazy.
And so now a lot of the open source community is like, fuck, you mean all that work I've been doing has just been remixed by an AI and it's no longer mine? It's not my IP?
That's insane.
Whoops.
It's fucking
It
crazy.
took 2 years for this to manifest. But as soon as I saw Microsoft take over GitHub, I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. It takes a few years to play out in the news, but once you see it, you can't look back. Hold on.
So,
Mhm.
okay, open source by definition, like the Tesla cars are open source. So if I were to come out tomorrow with a car just like Tesla, like with all the same utilities and features, and just made it a different color, that's legal.
Yeah, I believe so. I don't think they would fight you on any of those things, right? Elon Musk released those patents for a reason, right?
He released them because he said that if you could, I was just using this as an example, but he released it and said that if you can make a better car than Tesla, then it would make the world a better place. So I encourage you to do it.
Yeah, so you're going to see a lot of people be very upset about what's happening. But the thing is, this happened when people get upset. It's a reaction, right? And sometimes they don't realize their reaction to a symptom that is a symptom of a symptom of a symptom of something that happened 3 years ago. You know?
I'm still
And if
blown away
you're
about
upset
that
at a
GitHub thing.
yeah, if you're upset at a system, what could you possibly solve?
That's so crazy. When was GitHub? But I'm sorry, I'm still hooked on that.
When was GitHub acquired?
Yeah.
Let me guess. 2017?
Well, if my computer was not lagging, hold on.
2018. Microsoft acquired its larger rival GitHub in 2018 for $7.5 billion,
Holy
which at
shit.
the time was a high price deal. Yep.
But now
So
worth way more than that.
Mhm. Yeah,
That's insane.
the data. I remember talking to a guy who created a fridge that you could put a seed in and put the water into the top, and it would grow you. Let's say it would grow you lettuce. Okay, so it was your personal lettuce growing machine, right? And I asked him, "Hey, are you collecting data on the different types of, you know, psychedelic lettuce you're growing?" And he said, "Yes, we are. There's about like 500 different data points that we're looking at, from like wind to air to all this kind of stuff." I'm like, "So are you monitoring how your growers are growing?" He says, "Yes, we're doing it anonymously." And I said,
Wow.
"What do you expect the value of the data to be worth?" And he said, "I had a mentor say that the data is worth what someone is willing to pay for it."
Right. Yeah. Alpha is what you make alpha. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I'm seeing all the controversy, like the different websites talking about the controversy that like with the open source and whatnot.
hmm hmm But again, if they're talking about it now, if it's on the news, it's too late.
Oh no, this is dated back to 2020.
But imagine even in 2020, it's too late, because this
Oh
happened in 2018, which means the imagine if it happened in 2018, the talks must have started in what, 2015, 2016, right? If you
that's
if we
that's
take it
super
to that,
early though. Like and that like there's so much shit that like has done and been done since then.
yeah. So
Wow.
it's a great case study in the use of like. Have you ever seen Wardley's map?
No.
It's a way to chart all innovation through a process of invention, custom building, product, and then utility. So it just tracks all innovation through these kind of stages, right? So the idea is that if you can forecast how an innovation is going to S curve through invention, custom delivery, product delivery, and then utility delivery, right? Or commodity, you can see where things are going. Don't be mad, just know it, my brother-in-law says.
So I am just getting my feet wet when it comes to different languages. Um,
Mhm.
I am especially on GitHub like a lot lately, um, and I tell you what, like I mean I'm struggling, but I'm getting a hold of it. Um, I don't really know where I was going with this, but I was trying to say that basically, like, I use GitHub a lot, bro. Like a good amount of my time is on GitHub.
Yeah, I It's so good, I wouldn't want to use anything else.
That and YouTube, you know.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube right now looking at these analytics. This video got 27 views and has been watched for 2.3 hours. Nice. And then I can see the spikes. So what happened at 42 minutes? Oh yeah, he's talking about big data. Okay. Yeah, it's crazy. You know, imagine not being able to use Google Docs. Are you crazy? I don't want to live in a world where I can't use Google Docs.
Man, Google's popularity came like out of nowhere when it did, though. I feel I'm talking back in maybe when I was in middle school. You know what I mean? Like it, or maybe even before that. But I don't think I really saw that one coming. It was Yahoo.com. It was AOL. Um, yeah, and there were like search engines like fighting for the top spot. You know, Ask Jeeves, um, Ask.com. I used everything but Google when I was like a kid.
Yeah, it was a bunch. Alta Vista, Ash Jeeves, all that stuff. But yeah, so Uncle Toast, like, so what we do here, like almost every morning for sometimes 1 hour, but sometimes five, sometimes 10, depending on what's happening, is we just have a bunch of people that come in and out of here and chop it up. We're like KCs in finance. We have other people in software, other people in cybersecurity, other people in smart contracts, and we kind of all chop it up. And sometimes they're like, "Oh, we should work together," and then they, do that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I definitely enjoy some of the or most of the stuff that you post. It's awesome. You enlighten people with the correct information. You look out for people. So I definitely want to start paying attention to your spaces more.
Well, I'm not sure if I provide correct information. I think I just provide information that, I mean, a lot of time it's just contrarian, uh, so that it can provide a bit of a balance.
Like the other day, I posted about pump and dumps. I don't know if you remember my post.
Mm-hmm.
You loved that post, didn't you? Did you look into the similarity or the similar currency that everybody has when they make these pump and dumps?
Well, the thing is, like, I was in finance in 2008, right?
Mm.
Like, I joined the industry to help people avoid being wiped out from the crash, right? But I gave up my licenses in 2011 when I noticed that pump and dumps were the way that people make money,
Oh,
right? Even
100%.
in
Yep.
the traditional world. So when I saw that, I was like, you know what? I'm out. And I gave up my licenses, right? So when I see a lot of what's happening here, it's new language, but the same humans, right? And, humans are very good at using language to tell stories. And, and so, and I don't blame people for not being stories, because who doesn't want to believe a good story,
Right.
right? Yeah. But what was that? Who said that? The theory of narrative causality. The idea that stories existed before people. Dan, you ever heard of Terry Pratchett? The theory of narrative causality? They didn't speak, they just changed reality such that they had spoken.
No, but I like that. That was really elegantly done, and I just woke up. So nice job on that.
Uh, yeah, I posted. Oh, we were talking about. You ever hear about the story of Gary Kildall, the man who could have beaten Bill Gates?
No, but it sort of seems familiar on that one a little bit.
Yeah, so we were talking about that. But Terry Pratchett had this thing called the theory of narrative causality. He's a fantasy writer. Fucking amazing.
Although, while you're spilling these out, you could have totally pranked me though. Like this could be a prank, but you lost a great window to maybe like Dan, you know about transmodal fiction? No.
Yeah, transmodular fiction. It's modalities for computing. Why don't you try this module? Dan, what I did today, which was fun, was I imagined that you guys were in the room, but I was trying to talk to individuals and at the group at the same time. Be like, hey, what's going on? How the kids? How's his wife? Oh, that's amazing.
That's awesome.
You know, things been going over here. It's fucked, right? No way. That's incredible.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's awesome. Oh man, I tell you, I got to tell you a story about yesterday. I don't mean to be. I'm sorry if I'm running over stuff. I just woke up.
no,
Okay.
uh,
No,
we
we're just shooting the shit.
peer-to-peer run over.
Anyways, I had a client. He works at a university, and he's kind of skittish. He's like, design innovation people within academic settings are really special people. They're
That's a lot
typically
of ascots.
what?
That's a lot of ascots.
It
How many
was.
is it like flannel on flannel? With the
It wasn't completely. Yeah, that's kind of what it
and
is.
the handlebar mustache, and they
No.
they clean shave with a straight razor, and they have, like beard. They subscribe to beard channels, and they have like fucking
This guy is actually the opposite.
okay.
This is the classic guy who works in innovation. Can't really explain to you what he does at the university per se, but he's always well dressed. That's one of the first things you in the startup scene or in business scene or whatever, especially the creative tech scene. And those are scenes that are really fun to explore because those are the scenes that are like emergently twisted. Like we're all about what's our current agenda? Agile. We're all about agile. We move. What are we on? Agile Plus. We're all on Agile Plus. So it's
Do,
like,
do you see their eyes go blank when they start regurgitating what they saw in the YouTube video? Do you see the eyes like this?
yeah.
It's like they're on the program. Agile is the way forward because the development cycles take too long, and we want
Right.
to in an efficient way. And by using the agile, we will supplant Jesus as our one true God, and thereby achieving the transhuman state that Jesus could.
What was funny is he didn't give me any context to the meeting, and I thought it was like a noon meeting. And I was like, all right, well, I'll come down. And he knows me a little bit. We worked on a future of like the future of smart city. We did a smart city, really futuristic project with a bunch of students. He's always working with students, but basically he didn't give me any context, and he kept me kind of like I kept asking, what are we talking about? I just come on down. So I show up and bam, I see that in this building is like this new lab for the college. They call it the Denison Edge Lab. And I'm like, holy shit, you guys are actually in this cool space downtown that other startups used to be in, but they all died. And, now they have this really cool, swanky space and they've taken it over. So at first it's like, well, this is cool. I didn't know you guys were doing this thing right here, right in the middle of downtown, really accessible. And this is a cool story. So, like, right away, I have a story to tell. That's cool because I've already figured out how to use this meeting in my advantage, right? I'm going to flip it and turn it into a narrative piece of like, hey, did you know X is Y? The other cool thing about doing press is and stories like this is that you put all your competition on notice. Hey, Stan, it was good seeing you last night. I did meet with the governor. Maybe I can help them, right? Like, oh shit, now you have an influence, right? So everyone's sort of staring at everybody else. And I don't know, sometimes I feel like I shouldn't say that because I can't control how other people perceive, but that's how I think.
But you can, and that's the scary part.
Mm-hmm. You're broke up there, and I just did a nice nod.
But you can in a way, which is the scary part.
Yep,
Because you want
exactly.
perception, and it's like as long as you keep. I found that as long as you keep surprising people, eventually they start asking what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it happens over years, sometimes it happens over months.
You know, and what's crazy though is that the more I sort of overshare with the crazy stuff I'm doing, the more it's weird. It's not oversharing. It's like my version of being sort of vulnerable and like going crazy is actually how I attract people.
The,
You know what I'm saying?
the Pied Piper plays a song of vulnerability, uncertainty, and
Yeah.
overthink.
Yeah. So I get in this event, and he should give me a tour. Hey, Dan, here's the space. This is cool. Oh, looks like there's people in here. Okay, that's cool, right? But I don't know anything. I thought like coffee shop. All I knew is that we were going to work on some grant thing. He didn't give me any fucking information, and I was mad. And then later I was like, God, such a brilliant idea. So I sit down in this meeting, and he's like, "You want any sandwiches?" I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I could. I mean, so are we looking at? Are we doing sandwich prototype design? You know, working on.
What kind
So,
of question is that? Of course, I want a sandwich.
right. I
So
sit
scared.
down, and then the very first student team comes up and they start a pitch. And I'm like, oh, we're doing pitches. And the whole time he's sort of like telling me what he's doing, but not really what he's doing. I know that they're doing something with the city of Columbus, and I know it's about affordable housing, and it's always about the transformational, new engagement mechanism to connect people, who have these affordable housing needs with obviously these great city resources that are clearly labeled and yada yada yada, right? Um, so the first pitch, the first slide has like 3 bullet points. It's like, we're gonna make a platform. It's gonna be great. I think, oh, all right, that's cool. Super confident. Guess there's no problems because you got it all handled. Like, I don't even know what this pitch is about. And then it had a thing on there that was like a almost like a trigger word for me, and it was we're gonna take we're gonna take ERA state funding, or we're going to make it radically easier to work with because we'll change how it's worked with or how it's manipulated within the city, municipal, state, and federal governments. And I was like, yeah, that's never gonna happen. Like, I mean, like when someone tries to it was a bullet point of like, I'm gonna prove to everybody in the room today, you are all llamas. I was like, I know, no, there's no llama here, but I mean, metaphorical things are fine to deliver. But you usually don't put a medical formal statement in a bullet point. That's usually something that you deliver because you're trying to make a bigger meeting, right? This was a deck that opened up with 3 massive assumptions. One, I'm going to build a platform and it's going to be great. You're going to love it. It's going to solve your problem, right? Like, who pitches like that? That's crazy. I mean, I get the audacity of that pitch, but not in somebody who can't make eye contact and is like afraid to be on it up front. You know what I mean? So, in natural Dan manner, and of course, my client knew this. I nuked this guy. I fucking brought out the orbital space rig and I nuked this dude. This fucking 23-year-old, I don't know, kid. He was vaporized from the planet off the planet's surface. And because again, I didn't know why I was in the room. All right, what's this? Okay, we're doing pitches. Okay, I'm just kept on looking at my client. Mike, what's all right? What are you doing? He's like, you're doing fine, Dan. Which is going, yeah, Susan, go ahead and do the next pitch. Like he just kept that show fucking going, right? And so now the second pitch comes in. In the second pitch, I know these kids. It's 2 Pakistani kids. Um, the one I really know, and what I hate is that he was just well. I hate and love him. One, he's polished to the nines. He looks like he's about to go out clubbing. Right, kid just looks fucking good. Second,
This is the new club. It's
he
the
does.
club.
He looks like
Shut
he's about to
that
go pimping. Right, he's ready to pitch. He looks like he's there to
up.
pitch. And he
God.
comes up to me.
Take
And
off your clothes.
he shakes my hand and he says like, hey man, I saw you at the other there's the university has 2 competing accelerators. I don't know why. Maybe they're doing that for a reason. Anyway, so he's like, hey, I saw you at the other accelerator. I mean, at the talk you did. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. And then, oh, I want to let you know I won that pitch event. I was like, figured, man, because like you come in here like a polished, pimp. I get it. Like that's what's cool. That's what's cool about my line of work is that I can see who will be next. You know what I mean? And I see that kid, and I'm like, and he knows it too. Like he sees the startup, like he sees him successful in my eyes back to him. So it's like a wild reflection. Like he went and then we instantly had that connection. And then I was like, you got a business card or anything? He's like, no, I got one of those QR codes. I'm like, come on, QR card. Like I know that was cool at one point. I know you want to carry anything, blah blah blah. Anyways, I'm like, and the hardest thing with him was I couldn't pronounce his name. And then I had to be sort of rude and like in front of a bunch of people, which is hard, by the way, to go, how do I pronounce your name? I respect you. Like, dude, this was a killer pitch. You did a great job. I actually understand why I'm in the room now through your pitch. And that's what my client wanted. My client wanted to basically, he's going to go into an establishment where some of the people know, like the leadership team that he's reporting to know, but no one else knows. And he was trying to do almost like a simulation to see just how much weird chaos would occur if you didn't get anybody the context. In a lot of ways, that's one thing he wanted to test. But the other thing he wanted to test was really to get me riled up. And as I get riled up a little bit, he knew that, like, yeah, within the first 10 minutes of that fucking meeting, I was dropping F bombs, looking kids that were like, totally spaced, Got any notes there? You've had 3 pitches. Let's go ahead and look at your sheet with your notes. You don't have any notes. How about your brain? Did you record any notes? You don't have any brain? Can you ask me why you're in the room? We have a new rule. If you're not using your brain, it's okay to get the fuck out of the room. We just say it like that. No one want to be here? That's fine. Get the fuck out. How's that feel? Maybe you want to stay in the room. You know what I mean? But anyways, it was cool. So it was 6 pitches, and they were all in different. But here's the hard thing: is that the universities are always trying to show municipal parties and other people that they can do corporate innovation, and this is something that's going to continue. And this is a way a university can monetize, and it's a smart model. Why? Because you got a free army of 24 or 16 students who are all different backgrounds, different things. This is the MBA, masters, super. It's this. This. What's the funny thing is that these kids will go through 600 hours of like this is the course, right? And then they get like their last 5 hours with Dan because that's how long the session was yesterday. I thought it was an hour. I was there for 5 hours. And then I feel like they get so much out of that shit because at the end of that 5 hours, we went from a room of 24 kids who were just content with eating, and they wanted to pitch and like do their homework and go home, right? And at the end, they were laughing. They were giving me sick burns. They were laughing because they got together and like had a better joke response back to me, and that made the professor laugh. And it was like that was awesome. And there was another gal in the room there was 2 other mentors. One guy, he did sort of workforce economic development, which was pretty cool. So he had a lot of context as to sort of the minutia or the red tape that was going to happen. And this is what we really kind of learned. And this is kind of what Michael probably wanted from me a little bit. This my client Michael is that he wanted. I don't know but what he got was like, dude, you're not pitching 6 startups to the city of Columbus. You're actually going in, this whole team is an act. You're going to put on a 6-act play as to what the city of Columbus should be doing and how this university is part of that. And how really, if you think about it, Mayor, you have a unique golden opportunity to take the actual evolving experience of what it's like to go through and add that to the context of the students and then give a great teaching moment. Boom! Teaching moment is like anytime you can drop the word or phrase teaching moment, it's the equivalent of dropping like a really just tasty big fucking bucket of cash in the middle of the room. Or it's also like it's that moment when someone pitches and you see like a little kitten and the kitten helps another kitten and they walk across the tree together and everyone in the room goes like, oh, like that was like the greatest part of the pitch. In fact, you should practice that when you pitch. Have a bunch of serious slides, and then you have like an affirmation happy slide of like, you know, something that really makes you feel, and then you go right back into the business again. Anyways, so, but so what are the takeaways? All the kids learned a lot about eye contact. We learned a lot about fatigue. We learned a lot that the first three pictures really get more or a different slice of attention than the last three pictures, and that's because the mentors in the room are seeing the same sort of general story. I mean, all these pitches. That was the one thing I told Michael that it was a really disadvantage there, is that, man, all these decks are going to give me the same three personas, be it different personas, but all generally the same personas as to what this problem is. And he's like, yeah, that's right. And I'm like, yeah, but the problem is that I already heard that in the first two pitches. I got to go through 4 more pitches of that same stuff. All these pitches are actually one pitch. Every pitch before a pitch actually is like that pitch is now an amalgamation of all the other pitches I saw. So I was like, dude, you're not maximizing your time, right? So what's the mission? Is the mission to get funding for these startups? Because some of the mentors were doing that. Some of the mentors were like, what's your business problem? You're never going to get money for that. That's a great answer, except they're never going into that situation. Why? Columbus doesn't do startup money. These are 6 startups going into a room to tell these municipal people that had to deal with this situation how to be more innovatively thinking. So asking these kids how they're going to get funding, or asking these kids, hey, will you pursue this? That's the other question I had. Are you thinking about really doing this for your when you graduate? Run this company with a questionable business model and absolutely no way to make money? You think about running that?
I dare you. If it gets funded, maybe.
Yeah, it's just.
They just told me to be here to fucking meet with you and told me to dress nice. So I'm just nice, and I hope he pays me back the money because I could use it for this bus ride home. Totally invest in a startup that I don't know. It's kind of like a capstone project. They told me I need to do it to fucking graduate.
Actually, those are pretty cool projects like that, because I don't know. I want to get back to university sometimes, because there's just fun thing about universities is that while they can pick a future and be like, no, we'll never do that. Just you got 12 hours and then you can talk to them in the morning. A good chance you'll change. I mean, that's the thing. Like universities, in terms of, I don't know, they're just funny.
I got 1 foot in and 1 foot out of the institution. I'm working with elementary schools. I'm working with colleges here, right? But because I will not allow myself to be artificially constrained in terms of research. I realized I can't have both feet in.
Yeah, I mean, it's research, that's a whole nother thing. But I love the university settings just because they're, university really isn't a university. It's like it's a chaos generator.
It's a club. It's a club for the day, right? How many of my friends met there? Have you ever looked at the research of how many people get married because of people they meet in university, and how that's like a really dark, because it just supports like this generalized oligarchicized nepotism?
That's wild. Makes me think. That also makes me think there'd be a movie in the future. That's a good premise for a movie where a kid's like, I want to go to college. And his, father takes him aside and goes, Stan, you don't understand it. Like, I know it's questionable. I know that you can go to, this group and make more money. You have to go to college because we have to reassert our order. This is part of our culture, Stan. Like, this is how we get respect with the other tiers. Like, I can totally see that, because I have no aspiration to go to college, but I have an aspiration to go and learn certain things.
Is the Tinder, right? Like,
I don't want. I actually see a more cool like storyline that's more of like people end up going back to college because this would be really cool. But what if a more advanced civilization, or even ourselves, when we dreamed up college, we wrapped it around this notion of learning about education areas and blah blah blah. But the initial ritual of getting together at that particular age and going through the mantra that is in various parts of the right?
Oh,
Curriculum.
God.
Yeah. So
That
there's like a Machiavellian, like this is the only
midlife
way to keep.
crisis.
Yeah. See,
We could
the
have a.
thing.
So if people are going through a midlife crisis, why wouldn't we just have them go back to university and remarry as divorcees?
Well, I think we could try that. But there's the bigger thing is that if you're part of like the Freemasons are their own sect, but the academics themselves, academia, as if you know recall, and here I'm just going into the fancy rip. This bad. I informed you first. Normally I wouldn't do that. I'm gonna stop that. But yeah, part of that academia is just a different sect. It's part of a Machiavellian. It's basically a Machiavellian bastard that came out of that. His name was Joseph Academia, and he basically started a ring of people to basically practice the academia faith, and they wanted to do that and mask it in plain sight. So they built a school that sort of had this notion of colleges, and they used the tenets of each college to basically keep parts of the actual academia tablet. So each college keeps part of the stone tablet that academia originally had for the concourse of the world, understanding of all time and space and yada yada. It's just a simpler. You can go through like a rough world matrix and learn it in 18 years, or you can go through academia and basically have the codex, you know what I mean, in your head to really navigate life. And so we put classes around that as extracurricular things you could do while you're actually practicing the academia ritual, in which at a minimum needs to be done for I think it was like 984 days, or roughly a 3 year or 4 year degree. Yeah, and we like to measure people in the degree of how well they've understood academia and sort of have advanced to a notion of really be able to leverage it. So we give people degrees, and you can specialize, of course, in that degree in the whatever the. Well, it's hard to give somebody just a degree for just achieving the ritual. So we ask people to give degrees like in engineering or something, like whatever the human society needs to see. It's weird to say that. It was fun though, man. I tell you, I got a little stoned last night. I was dropping crazy tweets. I had to go back and read them. I had a bunch of crazy ideas in my head. I always like that. I always like it when you get really in a nice, relaxed state, and sometimes you're like, I could drop that statement. Should I? I don't know if that's really true. I say drop it. You know, maybe there's a pattern in your head. And this is the SquareSpace Degen conversations in a broadcaster voice. Jimmy picked up the knife. He knew it was to be the first time or the second time, or maybe it was the third time. He didn't know anymore. The verse had been operational for 38 years. Most of his friends were residuals. They had passed away in the first wake. He still hung out with a lot of his friends. He had to go to that one park on decentralized land. It was the only place that had a strong enough signal. He met with his friends that night. Stan, Roger, Smithy. Smithy was the first one to go. He was really into the motion art games. He got into the sprinkler wars, and he almost won that Snapchat challenge. He took a job at Facebook, made some decent money, got into some of the advanced theory stuff, but eventually it lost him on the syntax. He was plugged in, trying to do a full rendering. They got most of his skeletal system in, but there was a glitch on the high vibe. And it dropped like 48 cells, and next thing I know, he was sucked out the airlock. He had a lot of his facial patterns were stuck on the glass initially. You know what it looks like? It's, when you look at the facial patterns of someone actually realizing that all the air in the room is rapidly leaving, that they themselves are about to not just die, but die in a really excruciating way. He left an imprint on the glass. Part of it was just sheer fear, right? As this, the way when you get flushed out in an airlock, it's like a flash at first. It's because they actually push oxygen into the chamber and they light it super fast, and then they open the door. They do that to basically, essentially, sanitize the space at the same time Yes, you're going to suck things out. I don't know. Humans have a penchant for flair. You get to get blown up at the same time as you get sucked out the airlock. His facial patterns were burned into the glass. You can tell he was actually kind of a brown, green-eyed person. I always thought it was brown, but you can tell by the tint there. There's some green. Yeah. We didn't really know him very well. It was just one hell of a night. After that, they didn't let anyone have access to the airlock chamber after 3 a.m. because we had too many suicides. Too many developers on the team were trying to guess just how far, not only could they fire themselves out the airlock, but could they potentially shoot their body across and get as close as they could to the asteroid belt. And you know how many how many Nubians they threw through that? Fucking new workers that come on the ship. These stags that think they can, go in and do the stuff that we got to do. These what does fucking Elon call them? Half sentient. What the fuck is that?
I think that's a Nubian, Noob.
I love doing stuff like that. That's the kind of piece I get sucked into, and I almost get sucked into this one moment of just strangeness, and then try to jack it up on the
There's a
yeah.
comedian uh, from Toronto called Dave Merhedge, and Dave perfected a style that we call ranting, where he would just go up there and would just rant. And in the beginning, he wouldn't get booked because sometimes the rants would go great and sometimes the rants didn't go great. But over the course of 20 years, obviously, of doing stand up, he figured out a way to write in a way that embraced his ranting style. And dude, it's
I love that.
I think what's happening is that you're really building this muscle, right?
Yeah,
And
man.
we call it learning how to think on stage. Thinking on stage is a crazy skill to have.
What's interesting is I see the thinking on stage, and I think about that when these kids are pitching, because that's the same thing I'm talking about. You're up for this moment. See, I was trying to tell the kids, I'm like, look, you're going to graduate. The odds of you working with the city of Columbus is highly unlikely. You all, you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? You all have MBAs, right?
Oh,
Jesus, don't you all want to start things? Right? So I was like, dude, you're going to be in this room. I'm not saying be an asshole, but be fucking memorable. Do the research on these fuckers. What I really, I feel like the best idea that I love, and I'm just going to stroke myself and all of me right here, just jerking myself really well, is that I love this idea of re-embodying the whole, don't pitch startups. I kept thinking of other ways to pitch. I kept writing down them in a notepad. First one was broken dishes pitching. Dishes pitching. You go up and you can only pitch all the problems you have and trying to approach the problem. You can't give any title. You can't talk about what it is. You just have to go up and read the list of everything you got to fucking do. And so basically, it's a evaluation of what you're trying to do and the things you have to do and how well I can understand that. And then at the same time, it's an interesting dance between how many people have a lot of things to do versus people that don't have many things to do. So if I'm like, all right, it's almost like I do money projection based on either the notion of the workload you're doing, or more so maybe the notion of how well you're tackling that workload. Like you've just listed a shit ton of stuff that I think I would do in 4 minutes, right? You know what I mean? So it's a cool way to pitch a startup because you don't pitch all the shit that forces you to sort of wonder. Instead, you're actually given the to-dos that each startup has, and you're looking for the stuff that is the true uniqueness. So when someone says, well, we got to get a lawyer, we got to get an operating agreement, we got to get business cards, we got to look at it, get an office, I want to figure out the logo and the graphics and the branding, we need to work on our values and our messaging, we need, you know what I mean? I'm like, the whole time you're saying all that, I haven't even heard anything about business. I don't even know what the fuck it is. And then even if you added the context, Well, and this is because we're working with indigenous counts that need to be in more diverse homes. So we're doing a diversity inclusion so that we can get more tabbies mixed more, and I go like that is
So
just,
funny because most people think I'm white. When I talk about how diversity is just the fourth industrial affirmative action, right? I think I'm even more white because they can't imagine a minority. Like I told somebody the other day, if somebody gives me money just because I'm brown, I'm a traitor to my fucking race.
and I don't want to think this way because I know it's not. It's like it makes you like a negative player.
You say here is being sanctioned by a minority. So it's not you that you're a problem. You're supposed to think this. I'm supposed to defend the downtrodden, so it's more going to reflect badly on me.
Yeah, see, that's just fucked up. And it's just, and I lost my train of thought. But anyways, it's crazy.
What's funny is that essentially, you have, you have Caucasian Karens fighting for diversity, not asking what Jerome wants. And Jerome doesn't want anything of what fucking Karen is trying to pretend that they want, right? The number, right? So it's like
Yeah.
people don't get how minorities like me and Quinn and everyone else see through the bullshit and laugh at it. I mean, like, hey Quinn, if you only liked men, you would have been famous a long time ago. You don't you're not interested in men yet, are you? Right? And we
Yeah.
laugh about it because it's even more racist than the previous thing.
I
Tell
know. That's what I feel like sometimes. I
me you
feel
have
like,
cock in your hand. Tell me you hate my guts and you think that the all of history is just history is the only true psychology because that's what I believe too. But you want to pretend that everything's sweet and we can just turn things on a dime or we're like, your language is, it's almost like who you are is screaming so loud that I can't hear what you're saying. And if you actually talk to black people or brown people, they'd be like, yeah, we're actually fine with the other system where we knew you hated us.
I know.
Like, fuck you. This is more racist that you're smiling about it. We actually feel worse. It's actually more offensive that you're treating us this dumb because we know that not all grin teeth is a smile.
Yeah, it's very true, man. Hey, I gotta ask you, what did you think of the Mocha KC piece? I that's one of my crazy things I do. I
What,
get that.
what we need to make sure we do is you need to walk around with a fucking microphone.
I know I do.
That's it. That's the only thing that's missing. Because the audio, great audio is more important than great video.
Yeah, I just like that. I just was curious about the joke because I didn't have any control over the joke. It just kind of.
Oh no. The thing is like when I look because I look at it as stand up, I know that I don't know with any degree of certainty what's going to be funny. That's the weird thing about stand up. So
Yeah.
just to be able to get the content out there in the minimum viable form, right? And so, like with Quinn, I was like, dude, you're going on stage. We know what you're doing. You just have to get the best microphone possible so that every time you do an open mic, you're hooking up your sound recorder to that sound system. Because I
Yeah.
just need 15 seconds. I don't need. The weird thing with the comedians is that I noticed that 13 seconds could be more effective than a whole hour.
Totally. That was one of the big takeaways from the pitching last night. Was like, and because I was so loud, when every kid pitched, they talked to me, and I was like, that was another takeaway. It's the reason why you're looking at me, motherfucker. There's 40 people in this room, right? You're looking at me because I've had what the most exhibit of authority that you could be full of shit, and therefore you want to reaffirm that you're not to me. I'm already paying attention. I'm engaged. What about the guy next to me? He's got $48 billion. He's been staring off into space because no one's talking to him or no one's looking at him. So we talked a lot about you can't put all your energy into one person. You should be putting your energy in a shared cross. Share your energy with the people in the room that aren't making eye contact with you. force your way into someone's fucking mind by basically saying, I'm talking to you, I'm talking to you, I'm talking to you, right? And then they finally look at you, right? You know what I mean?
It's like that, to do that is to ask them to get a degree in stand-up comedy on this, and that doesn't happen overnight. Like nobody has like where is, I remember being U of T first year co-op class, and they're teaching us about interviewing, and somebody asks, how many times do I shake a hand upside down before releasing my grasp?
That's great.
So, and the thing is, I wasn't that bad. That's a spectrum, but I used to be like that. You know, my old headhunter boss called me and said, "Hey, you want to why don't you fill positions with us again, right?" And I'm like, "Well, first of all, I'm never working in an office. All I need is a job description and the company, and I'll figure out the competitors. And in about a month or two, I'll have someone from the direct competitor who's interested in the job. That's the whole thing." Right? I didn't have the
Yeah.
ability to communicate that plainly before. You know, it occurs to me that people only like the strategies that they themselves have the ability to enact.
Yeah, and that sucks because that means you're a prisoner of your own mindset. Ooh.
Or see, this is where, what if a startup could hire a stand-up comedian to rewrite their pitch?
Oh, I think that's great. I mean, yeah, there's lots. It was cool because for as much as I was engaged in all this stuff, I took a shit ton of notes. In fact, I didn't know this, but the other mentors were laughing half the time because I was writing copious notes. And they were like going like, Dan's taking better notes than all the kids in the class. I'm like, yeah, right. And then I think later on I was like, no, I was taking notes because I want to rip into these idiots. Right?
Yeah. You're just being like, okay, so then I want to talk about this. I don't know about
Yeah,
you, but here's the questions I'm going to say before I say them out loud in my head.
that's pretty cool. I like that. And one of the things that sucks on Twitter Spaces, I don't know how to do it. Like I don't know how people do it now. Um, Wait, I want to say something else first before that
Mhm.
statement. First, I want to say thank you to you, Michael, because this is something that's happened in my life. I meet people for reasons, and they just show up on my timeline. I either found you or you've found me. But what's cool is you're right. You're helping me massage that muscle, and you just said something to me like 20 seconds ago, and I'm still feeling the greatness from it still right now. Is that you recognize me as a comic? You knew that that was a comic piece because you see me as a comic. You know what I mean? You see me as somebody who has the depth of, X, but at the same time can deliver it in a comedic way. It's funny, you talk about writing jokes, but in a lot of ways, like, I feel this. I don't work for any of my jokes. Like, I don't write that. Sometimes I write it down, but that's because I'm doing the research work of innovation. It's like I don't sit down and think of jokes in my daily life of doing X. I generate 600 jokes, and maybe three of them get to you. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm realizing is you're right. I need a microphone around me. I watch Gary Vee and I love that shit. But you know what's great about Gary Vee? He's always got someone filming him. He's always got someone on him, always grabbing that one great fucking moment. He drops a one liner and it's as good as a whole fucking book. It makes me feel alive. And I know there's other people like me. So, like, that's just, it just makes me, it humbles me because you're a constant delivery. And I didn't know I was I knew I was funny, but I knew I was good on the stage. It wasn't good on the stage. Like the first 300 times I was on the stage, I would go beat red. It was weird is I have this penchant for like discomfort. Oh, that felt really uncomfortable. Let's try that again. You know what I mean? And that follows me everywhere. In fact, in my notes yesterday, I was like, when you're pitching, you should be pitching for a level of discomfort within yourself. Like you're pitching with the confidence of what you're doing, but if you're too confident, then odds are you've lost the room. No one's going to give you. Why would anyone ask you any question? Because you're already confident, right? So push yourself to a level of discomfort. And I think that's really counterintuitive in the pitch. You want to be full confidence. No, you don't. You want to be full confidence in what you know, but you want to be full confidence about how much more shit you got to know. And then you want to have full confidence about the enormity of that and how you fucking need help. And you're really hoping you can meet somebody here today. But it's okay if you don't meet someone here today because you're still going to fucking execute it. You know why? And it's not about the money. It's just a cool fucking problem. This is what we're working on this week. And if that seems like I don't have focus to you, that's because you're looking for something you can't find. But for me, I found it. And it's awesome. And if tomorrow the team thinks maybe it should go in another direction, and I know you've given me funding, this is the reason why I don't want to take money from you. Because if I take money from you, you're going to force me to stay in my current rut because you're already locked into the notion that you want to return. Because you want to return. I don't want to return. I want to do really cool stuff. And if you want to work with a great team that is going to be solely focused on that, that's why you'll invest in me. And if not, that's fine. And that is a pitch that I mean, you didn't communicate anything as to what you were solving. You didn't communicate anything as to the size of the market. You didn't communicate what technologies you're working on. You communicate what the true audacity that you and your team is just going to have an awesome time. And you're going to learn and you have humility. And in that notion right there, there's a part of me that says, fuck it, I'm going to put money in that and just see where it goes. I want to have a level of attention on it because right now I'm high on this guy. I'm more high on him than what the fuck you did with my 50 grand, right? So I got to navigate that. But
So,
yeah.
what people forget is that these are personality driven enterprises. And if you remove the personality, you remove the whole thing. Now, that can be something that you hate or something that you love. But, even the Andreessen Rocklove folks ended up editing it to be product market founder fit.
I like that because, yeah, for the longest time, founders were, especially I think in the Midwest, you're seen as sort of like founders are all basically test pilots. We need someone crazy enough to go ahead and live on nothing, maybe risk a divorce in their life, and actually get this company business going. Who would do that? Can we find somebody young and give them some hope? I guess, man, a lot of people like hope. Yeah, hope is good. We've been making hope in the background, and it's pretty cheap to make. All right, well, then let's find some young people and we'll give them hope. And then what? Well, we got to keep them in line. Once we give them the money, they have to basically follow our bidding. But what if that's not their idea? Why do we care? We need to put the money in the vehicle because our lending provider gave it to us. We just got to keep the money in motion. Getting a return, who knows? That's a long-term game. I'll be out by then. You know what I mean? So I hate that part too. That notion of, yeah, I really want to invest in you guys. I'm pretty excited about what you're doing. I myself, I'm not going to work with you. You're actually going to work with Joe and Susan. I love your idea. I really convinced the team and the board that this is the big thing to do. And now I'm leaving the company. Great. So now your advocate is leaving. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck was that about?
I saw this blog post and it completely blew my mind. It was from this software developer, and it was a story about how a guy. It was titled I regret my $46,000 website redesign." I put it,
Oh, man, I got to read that.
and it's about how a guy basically comes to the conclusion, you know what? I'd rather hire a single person than a whole fucking agency because this shit is fucked. Avoid.
And the crazy thing is a $46,000 website redesign, that is a common bill of business in the, Fortune, I'd say 5,000 kind of range or whatever. Even a hiring client, yeah, they'll spend 300 grand to figure out whether or not they're sans serif or Comic Sans. Like, what the fuck, right?
See, that's the callback, right? Yeah.
Right here he is. What okay? When you say callback, is that you're saying that's the link back to another joke line, or
Yeah. So one of the funniest things you can do in stand up
yeah,
is um, uh, when you have a joke that works, right? if you understand that phrase, you can use that joke and phrase as kind of like a meaning module in further things. And the repetition, you know, just helps tie the whole 45-minute set into something
Yeah.
more instead of
Yeah.
the separate jokes.
Yeah, yeah, I like that. I mean, that's what I like about Chappelle. He does that whole sort of, you know, did the whole, kick him in the pussy, and he doesn't know how the rest of the line will work. He just know. I love that. He's like, I just got a jar of punchlines. Just reach in there and I grab a punchline, and like, and my grandson is, it's why you hire a cracker. That's the punchline. That's why you hire a cracker. So then he works. I love that. I would love to do that improv where it's more of like everyone just grabs an end line and they talk about something and just drop that in piece.
So after I got bored of writing comedy, because you realize all comedy can end up like that, I started going on nights with no material and just doing crowd work and improv, and that's where everything changed for me. Because you have to.
Yeah, I kind of, Michael, there's a part of me that's like, I'm hungry now to get in a public forum and try.
Yeah, when you have a joke, dude, when you have a joke, like you want to race to the stage. And then when you get on the bus in the subway, you're like, fuck, is that as funny as. No, that's a shit joke. Oh no, I don't have any jokes. This is gonna be terrible. And then now you're nervous. Look, that on the bus ride from your home to the open mic is the longest bus ride you'll take home. And if you bomb, that will be an even longer bus ride because now it's like 2 a.m. and you have to work the next day, and you're like, so what do I do now that all my material is? Oh no, right? So that's the initial. Quinn, people love Quinn, and it's because Quinn is willing to go up there with new material. New material. Even if it bombs, new material. And it's the hardest thing for these people to do.
Yeah.
New material stuff. But here, I'll post this to the top. It goes hats off to the legend, Quinn. Like Quinn is destroying it right now.
What I love about the, God, the certain, more I think, the more connections. You know why I like comedy now? I like comedy because it's one of the, I guess it was the first medium I was able to actually manifest and test and validate all on my own.
The freedom that's there. All comedians, even if they go to the silver screen, they end up coming back to comedy because the silver screen is like an elaborate, well-paid prison, whereas the stand stage is just them. It's just them, right? And they get the cigarette on stage.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Freedom. Difficult to get.
Good morning, America. This is
Good morning.
SquareSpace. This is a special day because it's my birthday, man. Yes, I've turned. You get to all guess how old I am.
36.
Oh, man, that's a good number. Anyway, got any other numbers here? 36, I love. That was a great, I could be 36. Michael, what you actually probably know, Michael. That's the problem. I'm actually 54. Isn't that amazing? 50 fucking 4.
You survived that long. That's great.
Is that why you're so positive?
Actually, you know what? This is a sad little feeling, and this is again part of the human condition coding. One of the things that sort of you get educated growing up is that one of the few times you'll ever feel truly at peace is just before you die. Right? I'm like, wait a minute. I mean, can you imagine that? You're growing up and you're like one of the first alien kids in the human class, and that teacher's going, what's great is one of the few times being human you feel totally peace, usually 98% of the time, just before you die. And you're going like, oh man, really? Is that the only time I'm going to feel pain? I don't know. It just feels like it's classic. Like the minute you figure out, oh, I'm a comic, I'm funny, bam. That's that pessimistic mindset I have of like, you're not supposed to recognize who you are. You're supposed to have the journey of who you think you are, and then you're supposed to die and then be a memory to everybody else to go, oh, well, that's who we're supposed to think we are. We're supposed to stay in a state of docile, constantly on the hamster wheel, trying but not trying and not knowing. All the while, Samsung continues to build a massive conglomerate network to not only capture the information that I give it to William on the phone, but it actually looks into my eyes at the very moment I play the games thinking about taking my life. They actually sit there and go, how long can we capture the suicide data from this kid before he actually takes his life? Isn't that sad? How many suicide apps out there on the world are inadvertently capturing great data about people just before they kill themselves? Could you pitch that? Put that in the pitch deck. What's your trending date on that? Well, the suicide hotline has been really hot this week. Our trending data is going up. We're finding most people feeling desperately hopeful, and then the data trails off from there. What's happening? Well, a lot of our data generators are actually killing themselves. You know, that means the product's working. Correct. Wait, what's our product again? We just give people hope. Isn't that crazy? I don't even know where that whole piece came from. That's the problem, Michael, is that I can do that piece, but it's like,
It's not a problem. It's what we have here is not a problem, but rather an embarrassment of riches. From The Wire would call it one of those good problems. What it is a challenge of curation. Does that make sense? And that's the
I
same
mean,
problem.
absolutely, you're absolutely right. And
It's a false shortage.
I constantly think of systems. That's the other thing too, is that I am always thinking about systems, and I inadvertently take those signals of systems and I'm thinking about the complexity of like startup problems and taking new innovations to market. That's not true at all. I'm actually thinking of systems so I can do what? Better curation of my own word.
Yeah, I put it says paradigms in standard comedy. So this was from 2012. So I had a previous blog to Digital Mercenary called Diaries of a Stand-Up Comedian. So, so this is back from 2012, and so it describes stand-up as an oscillation between material that you write at home, improvisation, which is thinking and coming up with stuff on stage, and crowd work, which is interacting with the crowd.
I love, I love your first word, man. That oscillation.
Oh, yeah,
That's like
yeah.
badass.
We oscillate between periods of work, rest, and rejuvenation. Lauren Schwartz.
You know what's crazy? A good crazy takeaway on that is that just using oscillation and then it's on the deck, right? Or maybe it's not on the deck, but you say it. Sometimes what's funny is that when you're pitching, you're doing comedy, and you're at the same time you're trying to do inception on people, right? And what I love about that is hearing oscillation in a good tech pitch and understanding community and social networks, whatever. That is such a powerful phrase. Like just the fact you use it, I'd be like, that's enough. No, we're invested. Next pitch,
Yeah,
right?
it's funny because the one of the first things that really amazed me was how does somebody keep everyone's attention for 45 minutes? And so eventually I came across this phrase called consistently interesting. And so most people say this is good to pitch. No, these are the ways that we could pitch. When we get to the room, we sit in the back of the club and look at all the pitches. And after we look at all the pitches and hear what everyone said, then we decide how we are going to pitch. And that's the difference. Like most people think pitching is speech arts. They think comedy is speech arts. Write jokes at home and go on stage because they think they need a killer 5-minute set of comedy. They need a killer 5-minute pitch. Well, what they really
Yeah.
is 45 minutes of material that they can draw upon, like service-oriented architecture, right? So that you can invoke
Yeah.
pitch as it relates to the people in the room and what has already been said. Like Quinn, I remember when he was doing his Just for Laughs set, he wanted to make sure they didn't talk about weed or jerking off, because that's what everyone's talking about, is smoking weed and jerking off.
Yeah.
Is that going to talk about any of this stuff? But you know how much writing you need to have done to have a library that you can invoke, import stuff that people have not said yet, right? You have to.
Yeah.
You needed 45 minutes to do a grade 5 everywhere you go, because the audience is always changing.
I think it's interesting. It's like, there's something about the limit. Like when we talk, we actually project a certain amount of realism or a certain amount of, like when I talk, I give a certain amount of energy to the thing I send out, right? I guess what am I stuck on, Dan? Dan, speak when you're stuck. I'm stuck on the 5 minutes thing. Why are you stuck on it? I'm stuck on it because the minute you're sort of, if I tell somebody like you got to take 5 minutes of like 5 minutes of goodness across 45 minutes or whatnot, I don't know. There's something about all you need is 5 minutes of great stuff in a 45-minute stuff to be memorable. That is a cool notion, but that should be a reflection of something that already happened versus a mantra in terms of how you approach it. Because if you use that as a mantra going in, I'm setting my mind to focus on this 5 minutes notion and not on the 45-minute experience that truly is going to happen. So I almost want to change it up. It's
Yeah.
kind of like, I
Here's
want to think.
this is the fly in the ointment. With Mike Wilmot told me this comedian, old school comedian, fucking hilarious. He said, "Did you know you can travel the world on 7 minutes of material?" He told me that at the back of a club, and he just got back from Australia. He's like, "Yeah, you can travel the world on 7 minutes."
I love that. That's cool. It is powerful when you see the correlations, I think, between innovation and, or making things in comedy.
Right? Ronald Reagan was what? An oil magnate? No. He was doing motivational speeches at GE.
And he played with monkeys.
Justin Trudeau is a failed substitute teacher who did drama. And most people deride the drama part, but they don't see it. In a world where all we do is see each other through a lens, the best performers become our leaders.
I keep doing this thing. Gonna walk me through it, Michael, but I keep making content and then I don't publish it.
Publishing is the hardest thing you'll ever hear. Let me tell you something. The only reason I publish a lot now is because I've been publishing a lot for a long time. And I've been writing for publications. Like I covered stand-up comedy for 2 years for
Yeah.
And every time I wrote those articles, I was afraid of getting heckled in the comment section.
Yep.
The same thing with stand-up comedy. The reason I didn't tell the jokes I thought were funny was that because I thought somebody would get upset.
Yeah.
So there is a secret obstacle. It's like an emotional barrier that you kind of have to come to terms with, which is the same thing that you come to terms with on stage. If you want to talk to the audience, you have to become confident enough to handle a heckler.
Yep, it's true.
But that once you come to terms with the fact that, first of all, nobody's going to read what you write anyways. Ain't nobody read. Well, first of all, how many people can actually read? 2% of the population, right?
Yeah.
Don't worry about people, not liking what you read. That might as well be like fucking Japanese 5,000 characters. At this point in literacy, right? I
love what you said about the hecklers. That's again, what I like about here is we get on here and we talk, and I feel like we always generate products. Like we can go through a 6-hour Twitter Spaces and come up with 16 startups, and you might think, oh, it's just a bunch of ideas you want to actually, you want to execute on. Anyone can have ideas. Yeah, execution matters. But what they don't realize is that we're having ideas and we are executing them. You're executing them through your own thing, and then I get inspired and execute them and come back.
Stand-up comedy is a system. A system consists of the system itself and the players within it. These are the players in the stand-up comedy game. This is you can tell what the system is by looking at how stand-up comedians become famous. So I'm literally writing this Substack as we're talking, right? You know,
Yeah,
and
I love that.
I think the ability to test hypotheses in real time, like the Google Venture Design Sprint said, you have to have the prototype test with the users on Friday. Why can't you do it Monday at 11:30?
Yeah.
And that applies to the jokes. Dude, do you know you used to have to like get in a car and go to somewhere and go and wait your turn just so you have 5 minutes? And
Yeah, I
then you
know.
have to
Isn't
go
that
to a
wild?
dude, you don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah.
This is a perfect place to do stand up because you can take one joke, 4 different rooms, see if people laugh, and be like, all right, so that worked, or that doesn't work, or what I really need to do is start my set off with vulnerability because I cannot make fun of the audience unless I've made fun of myself first.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
I
like
think
when I wake up in the morning, every time I look at myself in the mirror, I like to look at myself in the mirror and I'm like, you're a fucking bitch.
you know what this is leading to is I'm gonna have to start doing a regular space, man. I'm gonna have to start doing my own space. And I've been feeling it for a while because I want to get in the habit of doing a space at a certain time.
Space right now, and you
Yeah.
host the space.
I
Just
don't
for
know.
that experiment. You want to do it?
Wait a minute. What'd you just say? I mean, no, this is what
What if we,
I'm doing a bunch of stuff later today. I don't want to get sucked into anything.
what if we ended this space right now, and for
Oh, yeah.
10 minutes, we just ran yours and see what happens?
That's a cool thing, but I'm not that awake yet. I like that though.
You don't have to do it. I get a co-host and do all the speaking.
Bro, did you just say you're not awake yet? You've been up for an hour or more.
Man, I love Mr. Roger. He's always hitting me up with like these lines that are like spot on. You're right. I guess I am waking
Grew up
up.
on a bench. This guy's half day was done already when he grew up.
No, I mean I hear what you're saying. I think I'm just like I'm modeling it. This is the other thing I do. I'm always like rapidly prototyping what it is. So I was thinking just now of doing something I'm calling the what I call it the bomb. So it's the bomb with Dan Rockwell, and it would be founder comedy humor hour. So basically, it's networking. It's a 3 hour evening. It's networking, but it's also a 45 minutes set of comedy from me, and then actually I have three other basically I start a comedy show for starting and founding, and I actually do my own comedy piece, but then I actually turn it into an accelerator, and I have three other kids. Um, One of them, they all have to be in sort of different states of starting. They can't be a player up there on the stage. I'll do the player show later. Right now, I'm doing the vulnerability. I'll be the first one. That's the other thing I like to do. I love to stand up and go like, "Hey, everybody, we're about to storm the beachhead, and I know you're not excited about that. When the doors open up on these boats, we're gonna have to wade and swim through 4 football fields of water, and then we're gonna have to. If you're tall enough, I know Susan, you're not, so you're probably not gonna be able to touch it until you get closer to the beach there. But then once we get on the beach, we got to navigate the obstacles and potentially some unfriendly fire. I'm not sure how much unfriendly fire there'll be, and then if you see that ridge where there's really hardly any cover, we're gonna hide in that ridge there, and then we're gonna take out the 2 sniper nests. I'm sorry, there's 8 nests here, here, and here. Now all of these guys can kill you from basically 6 miles away, and you're within 400 yards. What that means is that they have a lot of time to choose where they want the bullet to go. Like, do they want to put it in your shoulder, or you know what I mean? It's like that's what you had to do, and then you say, "All right, who's with me?" And you charge in there. Yeah, I've just been thinking about it. I've been looking at a new space in town for our office. I don't want to spend the money on the space because I'm not that kind of guy. The people that own the space know that I don't want
Like
to do that. They've
you
been
could
trying to lure me there. This
you
is
could
funny.
print a prototype of the space,
Yep.
and when you get the system down, that's when you take it into real life.
Yeah. it's just an interesting thing. It makes me, I'm getting closer and closer to that open mic slash. And here's the thing, this is classic me. I can't do open mic. Why? Because I'm not manifesting the open mic moment. I have to basically create that moment and then bring people in. That's the test of my true ability. I can't just go and do stand-up comedy. That's too easy. I have to actually create the actual event itself and the metaphorical resonance between the bomb, general alcohol, and startup humor. What is startup humor? I want to make it mysterious enough that you actually attend it in the first place. And then I want to do it at a location where you can socialize and at the same time go right across the street and get a fucking margarita and walk right back, right? Okay, that's good. So we'll have stupid people with rich people who will laugh. And then I want three stories of, and I almost want to go to the evil part of my mind, Dr. Evil Mind. And I brought up three young human traffic victims who just this afternoon have been transferred back and forth between various rich landlords in POW. I've asked them to come down and do their pitch as well. This is Johnny. He's quite attractive. If you are a grade 5 pedophile, he is available 3 to 5. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's like the dark side of me that comes out. I don't know why.
Dude, I swear you sounded like a fucking concentration camp worker.
Well, yeah. And that's the other thing too, is I would love to do the humor of, it's terrible. I would love to do the human. I sort of want to envision the human factors problems they had when they were doing the Holocaust. Like, that's a super hard piece of comedy, right? How do you actually emote the human factor issues they had in actually burning people? Like, okay, inmate 285, this is a new gas chamber. It's not I'm sure my accents are going to be all over the map here. I apologize in advance, Mr. Rogers. It's not going to be the best one. This is a new gas chamber. I don't know if you've talked to anybody who was gassed yesterday. Anyone? Well, that's right. I mean, a lot of people didn't come back, but this chamber, if you go in, you'll hit your head. So I want you to, go around that loop there. There's plenty of room in the back. It is a full quartz chamber, gas chambers, much 24% more effective than the previous chamber, and really great results. Easier to clean, and I want all of you, please, everyone, look at me. You have a great opportunity to impress the Fuhrer with how well you can be incinerated. I know this seems counterintuitive, but if you show Germany your heart today, I promise you, I will put your ashes down so you too can be the fertile sand of a future Amazon quick service, come and get a cookie and go. That's a dark side of humor I love, because technology is agnostic, is absolutely agnostic to your purpose.
Ayn Rand, the theory of objectivist ethics. I think people are slowly understanding it, right? Because in the bull market, they were able to hold on to their false gods, right? But now the bear market has everyone reconsidering their prayers.
I love that. I love that twist on the bear market, bull market.
There was actually somebody who pitched me an idea that they were going to open up a crematorium, and I told them that the logo should be a barbecue pit and the name should be Peeps on the Barbie.
That's crazy. Although I like that line, because that just made me think of another great piece I'm going to drop right now. Why is it when our loved ones die, they simply go into the ground? Yes, we carry them as a memory in our hearts, and I think that's important. But here at ER Immersion, we make your death memorable. The first thing you get in our service is that we have over 400 loved ones who have died but live on as NFTs. Have you thought about when your father dies, you have an opportunity to NFT his death and take all the amalgam memories of his life into, and what better way to respect your father than to immortalize him in an NFT that can be traded amongst other intellectuals? His very essence, his ashes themselves can be held at the Seed Vault in Sweden. If you need to, we could actually even send you some of the ashes. That way you have a digital representation of my father, NFT, and you can have some ashes as well. Isn't that weird? That's going to happen. Someone's going to do that. It's going to be a service where, yes, you passed away, but you go through the NFT parade of you going into the next.
Yeah, have you seen the film Ready Player One by any chance?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So when they go into the memory bank and they view all of the dude's memories after he was lost, I mean, after
Yep.
he like passed away,
Yep.
like you're talking about like something like along those lines, right?
Well, what's interesting about that memory is that that's doable right now. Like when that scene, that's the other cool thing is that scene where they walk through, what's that guy's name? McLeod. I don't know what the guy's name is. His memories. Right now, you could actually be the one to capture those memories. There's tech right now that can actually capture those memories, and it's not like crazy fantasy. It would capture that same level of detail. And we're actually working on that tech, which is really crazy. That just reminds me that I can use that scene now to tell a real powerful story because you gave it to me. And maybe I actually pulled it out of you. I don't know. It's cool. All right, I got to go. My wife is singing me happy birthday. Come on, got to get closer and sing it. Happy birthday to you. A little louder. Come on, you can do it. I want to belt it out. Happy birthday, dear Daniel. Happy birthday to you. Mwah.
Yo, let's give Dan a happy birthday song.
All right, Mr. Raj, go for it.
I'll let you guys do that.
All of us sing happy birthday.
That was awesome, Mr. Rogers. Honey, I'm talking to a Mr. Rogers on here. Mr. Rogers.
Yo, what's up? Yo, actually, somebody called me Mr. Rogers yesterday, like in person.
I know, you're like playing.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
All right. I'm gonna go make out with my wife.
Dear Dan, happy birthday to you.
That was good, Mr. Rogers, but I also feel like that could be the soundtrack to the Mr. Rogers horror movie.
Hey, let's go.
All right, guys, I'll catch you online later today. Great talking. Have a great Saturday, and I'll talk to you, okay?
Yeah, take care.
See ya. Gotta go too.
What a day.
Lucky for you, I don't gotta go anywhere.
I'm just sitting here. The latest subtitle on the blog is circumventing.
Let me read to you what I got so far.
Okay. Oh, wicked.
So I'm gonna try to do like two different versions, and then I'm gonna pick the version that I like the best. So I'm gonna do a little bit more like simplified version. I'm working on the other version first, and then I have the other version that I'm working on that's a little bit more simplified.
Okay, so before you go, can you just for the recording, can you describe what led you to do this and then do it?
Yes. But it's only a snippet, it's not complete. So okay. So what led me to this was the fact that when we think about crypto as a whole, and when we think about the intricacies of crypto, it's not very relatable to the average human being. And most of the time, when people are teaching you stuff, they always say, well, why don't you teach it in a way that a 5-year-old can understand it? So what I'm doing is I'm trying to gather like information on crypto and like news and stories and turn them into like some sort of easy way to digest it that's a little bit more entertaining than the boring white paper or the boring news articles that you see in general media or just the information that's put out there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to condense all that information into a fun, kind of like goofy fairy tale story in order to attract a wider audience and to help people understand like the birth of crypto and understanding like what validators and stuff is. Um, but from like a fairy tale, like storybook point of view. So this is just a little snippet of what I have so far. It's still a rough draft, so don't hold me to anything. But the name of the the crypto, it's going to be called Fairy Tale Crypto Chronicles, and I haven't stuck with a with the title of each and every individual book yet, or the storyline that I'm going with. But the first one is the birth of crypto, and this is just a little small little snippet of what I have so far. Okay, ready? Once upon a time, there was a rebellious little scallywag by the name of Satoshi Nakamoto. Satoshi Nakamoto wasn't your ordinary bear by any stretch of the world. Satoshi had dreams of a world where everything can live in harmony, crime and all. Satoshi took these dreams seriously. He worked and he worked, looking for the perfect solution for people to transact away from the peeping eyes, away from the middleman, away from those who. And then I kind of ended right there because I fell asleep last night because I was extra tired.
I love it. I love it. I would. It's not a requirement, but have you ever come across? It's something to think about. Have you ever come across the idea of iambic pentameter?
You're talking about like the rhythm of the story.
Yeah. So I think that when you're writing it, instead of like writing it down, just talk it out like 20 times. And as you talk it out, your brain will start like swapping words, right? So it just becomes, a lot of the times when we write what we want to say down, we lose what we said through the process of writing it down. So I think once you get to the point where you're just rhyming it off, right? In the beginning, there was, right? Dum de dum de dum de dum de dum.
I know what you mean. That's why I have the other. That's why I'm doing this one as like the more like filled out version, and then
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna transfer everything to the other one because I just want to get all my thoughts down first,
That's
and then
it.
kind of pick and choose what I want to do. Kind of like what editors do when they do the publishing of like works and stuff like that for books. They take out unnecessary pieces that don't really mean anything. So, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. So that's why I'm gonna write everything out first and then kind of condense it in a way where it's a little bit more applicable to what we're trying to do. But yeah, no, definitely, kind of like a Dr. Seuss book or like some sort of like fairy tale book. I understand exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's doing this stuff is never as straightforward as we want it to be, because you know it's a weird thing when you get a microphone, right? When you get a microphone for the first time and you actually hear your voice, you're like, oh man, this is crazy, right? And then you start hearing all of these little things in your voice. And sometimes you can get in this process of what we call like development hell, where you just keep on rewriting stuff and rewriting stuff and rewriting stuff, right? I think the beautiful thing about what you have here is the ultimate test is if your kids like the story and they fall asleep and they ask you to tell the story again the next night. Right? And when that happens, you found the story.
Yeah, and an interesting one. And I was actually thinking about doing a like a two-part book where there's an adult version and a children's version, um, or like the adults can read it and kind of like find little, adult humor, versus the kids version, which would be a little bit more watered down and more, children friendly. So just an idea.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the song. How's it go?
Sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, little baby. I know that song, bro. I sung it all the time.
Oh man, or that what was that song? It's just going up and down the scales. Um, right?
That song.
Oh,
That's just like a soothing song.
that's "Fly Me to the Moon." Fly me to the moon, so I can, I think, play among the stars.
Oh yeah, that's the
Yeah,
freaking one that
Frank Sinatra.
Michael Bublé remade that song.
It's like the album of that song actually won like I think the album of the year. It was like a
Yo,
Brazil.
isn't that by Frank Sinatra?
It was a Brazilian band, like something Gilberto or something like that. It's a very original Spanish. No, it's Brazilian. Brazilian Portuguese. Astrud Gilberto. Yeah, Astrud Gilberto. Fly me to the moon.
He's all like, when you get the snaps going, and
Yeah.
then Michael Bublé comes in. He's like, "Fly me to the moon."
Here's how it sounds. Hold on. Where is it? Oh fuck. Where is this playing from? Where the fuck is this playing from? Let's take that off. Stop it. All right, there we go. Oh, strange. Yeah. So.
You know what the badass thing about if I can actually pull this thing off, I actually have an uncle who's actually a children's book illustrator.
Game over.
He's actually illustrated for like a few books that are already published. And the cool thing about it is that he does books in English and in Spanish,
Oh yeah.
for bilingual kids. Yeah, dude. So
It's fundamentally. I mean, you can go a lot of places with it. Um, the core of it, to me, is all in the prototype feedback, which is when you test it with the end users, your kids. Do they say, "Hey, shut up! I want to hear a different story," or do they like, "Tell me that story again"? Right? That's going to be your first, right? They're your open mic. If it works with them,
my kids, my kids like anything that I talk to them about.
uh, but that could be an insight, right? You know, one of those things. It's something that not a lot of people can do. Does that make sense? It's
Yeah,
not
I wish everybody would do it.
it's something a lot of people can write about because they don't have access to the knowledge set, or it's too complicated for them to understand, or the subject matter expert telling them the story is getting it wrong. Right? So in a lot of ways, this is something that only you can do. And that's why I'm more excited about it than anything else, because it's something that only you can do in your way.
Yeah. Yeah, I just gotta dig deep into my fucking imagination and try to fictionalize everything and make it. Yeah, I was thinking about it yesterday. I was like, because I need to like fictionalize it so much that it's still, it's still a part of. It still means what it means, and it still teaches what it teaches, but it's still fun, and people don't necessarily associate it for what it is. You know what I mean? So
Well,
I don't know how to explain
that's
it.
basically, I mean, that's what people love Stanley Kubrick about, right? Stanley Kubrick could readapt, The Shining, and do like a criticism of, the way that we treated the Native Indians, right? So some people think of it as a horror movie, and other people look at it as an allegory, right? And it's both of those things, but different things to different people. Some people just like Jack Nicholson, right? They don't care about what it means further. They just like how Jack Nicholson acts. So it's just different things for different people. Just like South
Yeah,
Park.
they
Like,
just want to see him bust through the door and go,
yeah,
"Here's Johnny."
yeah. They want to see that, the girl, scream, the wife.
Yeah, they want to hear.
Yeah. There's a movie, Room 237, which is, it really brings out this point where anyone can interpret anything in like a myriad of different ways. Where they had like three conspiracy theorists, and I say conspiracy theorists in quotes because I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing, but it's just they had these really deep takes on the symbolism of the movie, right? And they all believe separate things, and they could be all right, they could be all wrong, but I think the genius of the movie was that it was open to interpretation. That's what got people engaged because they interpreted it in different ways.
Is that the movie with Matthew Broderick?
The Shining is an old movie. Are you talking?
With
The
Room
Room
237.
is that I think you're right. There was another movie, which was a documentary about The Shining. So, Room 237. Where was it? Yes, an analysis of Stanley Kubrick's adaptation of The Shining, and the people who believe they have succeeded in decoding the iconic film's hidden messages and symbols. Yeah, scary shit. But I think the any great story allows for multiple interpretations. Like if you ask people what that story means, and they say many different. Chuck Palahniuk, the guy
It's
who
like
wrote,
the Bible, bro.
yeah, Chuck
You
Palahniuk.
can take the Bible for a perfect example of the many interpretations that people use to, facilitate their own needs. You know what I mean? It's like,
The guy who wrote Fight Club said that the response to a good story is another story, right? And so, same thing I see like in hosting these things. If someone says a story and someone else responds to that story with a story, that's how I know that story was effective, right? Because people found a commonality of threads between these two domains, and somebody's making a bisociation of domains, right?
yo, I never really thought about it that way. That if I say a story and someone else follows up with their own story,
Yes.
I never really thought about like the influence that my story may have had on them to even bring up their own story. That's a good way to think about
Because
it.
they discovered a function that exists in their domain, in two different domains. And when people notice that one function works in multiple domains, they realize, wait a minute, maybe this is a powerful function. I also noticed that in the startup game. I also noticed that in software development. I also noticed that in the military. I also noticed that in stand-up comedy. Right? That means there was something articulated that's very powerful.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Because a lot of people, like, I don't really care if people want to tell their own stories, but there's a lot of individuals out there that they'll say something and then somebody will follow up with their own story, and those people think that they're like trying to one up them, but in
Right.
reality, if you actually really think about it, like what you just said, that makes a lot of sense. That they're just trying to relate to what you said through their own means of communication.
Well, we all have our matrices of experience, which are domains. Like back, I have what I'm doing. Dan has startups, right? Uncle Toast. Everyone has their domains, right? And and the act of creation is really in seeing how you don't have to be in my domain to use my planned strategies and tactics effectively. Like this doctrine that I might have, right? These metaphor frameworks can work in whatever environment because they're frameworks of how people communicate, not how industries work.
No, exactly, dude. Exactly. I completely get it. I understand.
I'm going to tag you in something. It's called theory of the theory of narrative causality. Crypto, one of my favorite authors. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I think there's no way. The beautiful thing is, to me, there's no way you can lose. The worst thing that happens is you have stories to tell your kids at night. What's the worst that can happen from that?
Yeah, exactly. And I get to actually work my creative thinking, the creative thinking side of my brain. Well, most of the time I'm always using it because I'm left-handed. I'm a left-handed person, so they say that that's the creative thinking side of your brain that's being utilized. But that explains why that's good. I do need something to be able to get a lot of these thoughts and ideas like that are running through my head constantly because I never stop thinking about shit. I'm always fucking going. Like my brain's like always on, always fucking thinking. I have really bad insomnia too, so that'd be a good way to get rid of a lot of these thoughts that I have in my head. And most of it's not bad thoughts or anything like that. It's just like crazy little ideas and funny little skits and shit like that. That's just up there, and I never really felt like I had an outlet to even like put this stuff on. But I guess if I put it on paper first and then go from there, kind of like a white paper, right? Kind of like a white paper for my brain.
I missed the setup. Can you go over again real quick what you're referring to? Because I stepped in like you had just said what you were doing. I missed it.
Okay, so I might cut out because the service and area that I'm in is kind of shitty. But so what I'm doing is I'm trying to get like all the crypto stuff that I know and kind of transform it into some sort of like funny, relatable, like fairy tale, like bedtime story type deal, kind of like a Dr. Seuss book, to where it's a little bit easier to understand, and we can start like help, teaching our kids about like the benefits of cryptocurrencies and like what it does, but from a children's point of view. So I have a 3-year old and a 2-year old. So Michael and I came up with this idea that if I'm able to create some sort of content that I can read to my kids and I can use them as my base case study because they're kids and that's the target audience that I'm looking at. And if I can help them understand it at an earlier age, well, then this could be a tool for many people to utilize to kind of understand crypto, from my kids' age all the way up to my age, right? It's just being able to break it down in a way that it's fun and it's a little bit more relatable compared to what you read on like a Bitcoin white paper or any white paper for instance, when you're reading it, and especially like if you're a novice or you're a beginner, most people don't understand what the fuck that those terms mean. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to do it in a just like kind of like a fun, quirky little way where I can, gather the information, turn it into something that's more relatable, really fun, interactive. I could have different characters in the stories that make it to where it's just fun. I just want to make it fun. I mean, crypto is fun to us because we understand it, but to all the other people that don't understand it, they just see it as just being overly complex, and they don't want to get into it because they have no level of understanding. So, yeah.
So what happens if you're, playtesting the idea with your kids and you end up just pivoting to because it's a scary bedtime story?
What do you mean scary?
I was just kidding. It was, because crypto doesn't always have a happy ending.
Oh yeah, and I'm gonna incorporate that in there as well, right? I'm gonna have villains in it. I'm gonna have, I'm gonna put the maximalist Bitcoiners in there. I'm gonna
I
do.
I saw that video you shared with the people at the gym. That looked like burglars exercising.
Well, when was this?
I think it's on your feed. I think it was your feed. Let me look again.
No, it probably wasn't me.
Yeah, it goes back. Let's see. It was 1 day ago. Leaked footage of Coinbase internal training program for their employees.
Oh, yeah, dude. I just thought that was fucking funny. Somebody had posted that. That shit was hilarious because they had a freaking employee embezzling fucking money.
Yeah. Anytime I remember someone always said like if you want to make more money, you have to have a job that's like in the cash stream, and also opportunities for people to, take it in the bad way, I guess.
We were talking about the power of stories being their ability to be interpreted differently.
That's what I'm working on. Um, it's actually very self fulfilling too. I feel like I'm already doing a lot in my life, like between work and the kids, and trying to consume as much information as I can while I'm driving all the time. Like I'm trying to utilize like every single aspect of time right now to do something, that can impact my life and my family's life. But at the same time, we only have so many minutes in the day, so I have to take advantage of every single opportunity that I have, whether it's on spaces, bouncing ideas off of mine, talking to you guys, going into different spaces, listening to other ideas, seeing what I can, pick and pull, pick and choose different tools that I can use. Like it's a lot of stuff, but it's been very helpful, especially like these last 6 months. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, man, these spaces have helped me out a lot. At first, I was in Telegram, but Telegram's like heavily botted, dude, and it's a cesspool. And then I started getting into Twitter Spaces, and I started understanding that I can actually listen to people talk that isn't like a community. Because, like, for instance, like when you go into Telegram, or when you're on Telegram, you're most of the time you're in a community, like whether it's a community token or like some sort of community, right? And everybody has the same ideas, and everybody's talking about the same exact thing, and everything kind of goes with the same narrative. So then I found Spaces, and I was like, holy shit, what is this? So then I jumped on Spaces, and then I just started jumping from space to space, whether it's a philosophical space or a space about what's happening in with Ukraine and Russia, parenting, mental health, whatever it is, right? You just have this vast array of knowledge that's just available, and some of it may not be right, and some of it, could be wrong. But the way that I see it is that even if it's right or wrong, to me, it's all right, because I get so much information all at once in real time from actual people, and not botted accounts or people who may have, certain narratives. And the fact that I can actually pick and choose which people I want to follow and who I want to listen to, it's just Twitter Spaces is powerful, dude. It's insane.
Yeah. I think it takes Twitter in a different direction too, because Twitter is this. I don't have a lot of followers because I'm really not like a public person in that sense. But it's you have isolated people shouting, and people listen to their shouts or not. And Twitter Spaces is a completely different thing where like you have a host and people come in and actually like discuss stuff in a group. And there's no real group discussion. I guess you have the comments in Twitter, but it's not like you have there's how to put it. There's no regulars. Like this space, there's regulars in this space. Another space, there's regulars in that space.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of it, is that you get to hear both sides of the of the argument. Especially, like, I don't know if you're familiar with what's going on with Voyager and VGX and whatnot, but the thing I like about that community is like they're going through so much shit right now, and the fact that they're going through so much shit, and like the community can stay so organized and still listen to opposing views and people with negative connotation behind their statements and stuff like that, and be able to like overturn it or just accept it for what it is, because everybody knows that they're in a shitty situation. Like, we're all in it together. We all have our money stuck on this platform and we can't get it out. They're filing, Voyager's filing a bankruptcy, and they're getting all these different offers, and you got people saying that, I don't want that, and you got people saying that I do want that, and it's just a fun environment to be in. Twitter's fucking awesome, dude. The spaces, they fucking change. They change the game for sure. It's like, I don't know how to explain it. I just feel a lot more comfortable with Twitter Spaces than I do with any other form of like social media or anything like that. Just because, like, when I'm in a space, for instance, like when we're talking with each other up here, there's not some troll that can be down in the bottom just typing away on their freaking computer, just talking shit, unless they like tweet about the space. It's either you're listening or you're not listening. And if you have something to say, come up and say it, So I always thought that words carry more weight than like spoken words actually carry a little bit more weight than actually words that are written down. But words that are written down are really powerful as well, because you can actually articulate what you're going to say and formulate a certain way for the people who are reading it to convey the message the way that you want it to be conveyed. So, yeah, man, it's it's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely been a downside of the internet. The people being able to just anonymously vent bullshit into the air, and when you strip away people's humanity, they don't treat each other the same way as you would in person. Like, I wouldn't walk up to someone in the street and say the horrible things to them, But someone might do that online in the comment section. They would never do it to someone's face because they're going to get punched.
That just depends, dude. Like nowadays, I mean, people can get away with so much stuff. Like even with words, like people are really seldom to resort to violence nowadays, just because there's so many cameras and so many eyes on you nowadays, and like you don't want to do something because you might become the next Karen on a TikTok video, and that video might go viral, and you know what I mean? Like, dude, like people are like doxing people on the daily who are saying outlandish shit on social media. They're pulling up their entire profile, contacting their employers. Like they're doing so much stuff, dude. It's a scary place that we live in. Like you need to really watch what you say
Yeah.
nowadays, and you really need to be careful about your surroundings because somebody could easily pull out that phone. Your face is in it. They cross-reference your face. They find your Facebook profile, they find your Twitter, Instagram profile, they find your employer, they find you on LinkedIn. Like, dude, you gotta. People don't understand. Like in this new age of information, like people think that they're doxxed, especially by having like a PFP on their Twitter profile and stuff like that. But if somebody really wants to, they're gonna find you.
Yeah, it seems so that there's another group of people that they've grown up with the ability to speak in a crude kind of anonymous way, and then their behavior in the real world, they're not aware that they could be doxxed, or they just are immune to it because they just don't give a crap. And I think people's behavior in person has been, how to put it, it's reflected backwards. Like they were more cordial to each other. They get online and they become jerks. And then now in the real world, they're being jerks to people in real life because that's how they behave now.
Yeah, but you have to also antiquate all that to the fact that we were stuck in our homes for 2 years. And people were having a lot of mental health issues being inside the house. They couldn't get out. They couldn't do anything. You have a lot of people who were stuck in like domestic violence situations because they were stuck at home all day. The frustrations of just having to be around one person all freaking day, and a lot of people they choose to go to work because they get away from all this stuff. So a lot of people they're just very irritated and just kind of annoyed. And that's just how it is. I feel like we're gonna get back to normal, but it's just gonna take some time. I mean, the world that we had before pre-COVID was a completely different world, and everybody, people were a little bit, more timid, a little bit more relaxed, and I feel like people are just, with all the mandates and regulations and all the shit that's going on with the economic with the economy and all that stuff. It's putting a lot of weight on people. I can understand why people are being jerks, but to the extent that they're being jerks, that's really onto them. That's not something that I can really control. The only thing I can control is me and myself, and not to put myself in those situations.
Yeah, you mentioned people being getting very quickly tired of being around who they're around all the time. I was surprised there were so many couples out there who part of the key of their relationship was having only a limited amount of time to spend together. Um, so you have the two kinds of relationships in the pandemic. One's where you quickly realize you don't want to be with this person, and the other ones that get deeper. And me and my wife, we were the couple that we really were drawn. We were drawn together more.
Yeah, exactly. That's how my wife and I were. When that hit, we had to be stronger for each other because of our kids. Our kids are like they mean everything to us, so we had to like communicate more. We had to do a lot more, you know, sitting down, figuring out what we're gonna do because we couldn't do the same things. Right, our whole entire routine changed. We couldn't take the kids to the park. We couldn't go to the store. I'm the one that always had to go grocery shopping. Just to prevent us from contracting the virus. Like there was a lot of different shit, a lot of stuff that we had to do that switched our whole world. But at the end of it, when all that stuff went away, we kind of were able to resume our regular routine. But with us resuming our regular routine, we learned a lot about each other, and we were actually able to move forward as a unit and become stronger as a couple and as a family, and be able to overcome like a lot of these adversities that happen, within all those different with all those different things that were going on in the world. So yeah, man, that's awesome that you and your wife were able to create a stronger bond.
Yeah, I think a lot of people had issues with being stuck at home. Is that anyone who needs outside validation to make themselves feel better, or they're like really materialistic people, I think had the hardest time because they don't have anything going on the inside.
I'm sorry, did you finish or was that were you
Oh
going to
yeah,
continue?
I was finished. Yeah, I was just trying to like so many people, they even within my family, we realized what made us the most happy. By getting out of certain ruts, we were able to do new things that we were kind of like neglecting before. Um, and realizing that what we thought was important to us was not as important as we thought it was, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, definitely. My wife and I, we started taking outdoors more seriously. Like we started going outside more. We started going on hikes, taking the kids to like these different parks, um, exploring the area, just doing a bunch of different things that we thought we would never do. And it opened up a whole different world to us because now we have access to all these different parks. We take the kids to different areas. And to us, it's action and just seeing my kids. Anything else, I do everything that I do.
Hey, Michael, was it on my end or did Roger start to go into a bad area?
I can't hear anything you're saying. Mr. Roger there.
Yeah, if anyone watched the old Battlestar Galactica show, and my wife's phone cuts off, I tell her she's starting to Cylon, and she gets the reference.
Uh, the wifey is a big fan of Battlestar Galactica.
Well, the old school one where they all talked to like a harmonizer.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Wow. What are you up to today, Jeff?
Not much. I mean, not productive as usual. And Mr. Rogers talking about how, he's trying to multitask, he's getting everything, he's like optimizing his daily schedule so he's always got something going. And I need the AI drill sergeant that just like kind of like floats near my head and tells me, "Hey, go mow the lawn. What are you doing sitting in the bed on a Twitter space?"
Well, have you ever talked to Zach? Zach is the founder of Win the War Coaching. And Win the War Coaching, the thesis is that by pairing up with an actual military leader, that military leader can help hold you accountable in a way that maybe a traditional life coach you won't respect enough to follow their advice.
I caught that yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Now, I really don't necessarily need the life coach as much as a handler, a taskmaster,
Yes.
someone just to
Yep.
remind me to stay on a schedule.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You have a few
I see
people
an AI bot being able to do that.
I wonder if you tried using 6B to be that person.
What's that?
Remember you were playing around with 6b.aluther.ai?
Oh, that wasn't me.
Oh, okay, sorry. Have you? It's on my profile. It's an
I'll check
AI.
it out.
It says talk to an AI. Is it worth starting? Is it worth even starting? Let me ask it that. Run the model. I'm starting to get a little worried. I've done the analysis on the relationship between work and life, and I've decided that I need to spend more time doing things I love and less time at the office. So I'm getting ready to apply for a job at a different company, one that's not in the same industry. That's what it said.
Dude, you know what's funny? Is I actually did that. So I was working for this company that I'm working for now I was working for this company for 7 years, and I got really fucking burned out, like so fucking burned out that I talked to my manager and I said, dude, I can't do this anymore. I was like, I need to go do something else, and take a break from this. So I did, and I completely left everything that I know in HVAC, and I went to go do a direct marketing job to like brush up my communication skills and learn how to overturn negatives and learn the ins and outs of how to talk to customers and do all these different things. And it was a culture shock to me because I'm so used to being in the field and being by myself and only having to interact with just the customer and maybe the occasional call to my office and stuff like that. And I went into this place and I knew nothing. And there's like these like 20 something year old kids that are teaching me and stuff. And it was like a very, very humbling experience because, I was 30. I was like, I think I was 28 or 29. And I got these like 20-year-old kids that they've already been, showing me the ropes and stuff like that. Um, and it didn't work out in the end, but the main idea was that I need to acquire new knowledge, and the pay was horrible. It was like the most horrible fucking paying job I've ever been to, dude. It was like they paid you like a base pay for the week of like $300, and then per acquisition you get like so many, so many dollars, right? So I was at these stores. And y'all know those people that are at Walmart or any of these big box stores that they sell DirecTV to you, and or like AT&T service or something like that, or a phone service. You know what I'm talking about?
Hello, sir. Hi, how are you? Quick question for you. Have you ever considered? Oh, okay, never mind. Hey, man, how are you? Have you ever? Okay, never mind. Yep.
Dude, yes, yes. Talk about being able to take a fucking no.
The obstacle is the path. Ryan Holiday.
Oh my god, dude. So you're like, so I had to come up with different ways to like talk to people. Like I had to catch them off guard, right? So like they have these things called in the direct sales community called icebreakers, right? So like instead of like your traditional like, hi, how are you? How's it going today? I would have to come up with some shit, right? So I'd be like, hey, sir, man, you look like a smart guy. Have you ever considered? And And the thing is that most of the time, when I would say that, they'd be like, you know what, I am a smart person, and they would think themselves to be smart because I put that in their head. So then they would talk to me because if they didn't go with what I was telling them, then that would equate to them to being dumb. So they would sit there and fucking talk to me and let me waste their time for like 10 to 15 minutes just to fucking tell me no. It was so funny, dude.
That movie Glenn Ross, and with Al Pacino and Don Lemon and everyone about sales, selling land. And if you look at the movie, Al Pacino is actually the only one who makes a sale, and he never talks about land the entire pitch.
Yeah, and that's how it was. That's exactly how it was. So I figured out that if I didn't talk about the product and I was just kind of like getting them to sign up for the product based off of the conversations that we were having that were not about the product, it was easier for me to land those customer acquisitions. So I started doing that. The only thing is that there's only so much time in the day. So, like by the time that we started and the time that we came back, we only had like 6 hours in the field. But the main thing that I was able to learn from that is because I was able to interact with over like 1,000 people a day, it was able to sharpen my communication skills, and I was able to adapt to a wide variety of different individuals. So, so now after that job, I came back into my field. I was able to use that to my advantage because the fact that I was able to interact with a bunch of different people, I was able to adapt and kind of like turn myself into like kind of like sort of a chameleon, I guess you would say, to interact with each and every different personality that I came across. So the way that I did that was um, I went to a lot of different stores. So I would go to stores that were in the poorer side of the neighborhood, and you would get people who would come in that were they just had different, like their language was different. They spoke Ebonics. You have people that were in the upper scale areas where the grocery stores were super high end, and these people live in $1 million homes and stuff like that. And then you would get the people who were like the middle class, but they were really intelligent. And the middle class people are the ones that you have to worry about because they're the ones that are doing the research on shit. They're the ones that know more about the product than you do most of the time. They're like, well, I was already looking at this, they were telling me this and all this stuff. And they're more of an expert than most of the people. So trying to get someone who knows what the fuck they're talking about to buy something from you when you know what you're talking about, that's a whole different ball game. So being able to convince those individuals, that was like the icing on the cake. If you were able to convince someone that to purchase a product or a service from you when they know the ins and outs of the service and overturning any of their questions and getting them to purchase the product, that was like the biggest accomplishment of all. But yeah, man, being able to adapt and talk to all sorts of different personalities, um, you know, getting people talking shit to you directly to your face. That's why I I enjoy Twitter Spaces, and I enjoy like socializing with people just because having that face to face interaction, um, like this is kind of it's pretty easy to talk to people on here compared to actually listening to someone and seeing their facial expressions and whether they're interested or not, and kind of just go from there. I don't know if anybody else has had any similar experiences, but that was an eye opener. That was like the hardest shit I've ever been through. It was harder than what I'm currently going through right now.
Yeah, my experience with that is on the other end, where when I hear those icebreakers from salespeople that come to my door, it's I know they're salespeople. The icebreakers kind of annoy me, and my job is just to cut through the icebreaker, get them to tell me what they're trying to sell me, and then I'll have a friendly conversation with anyone who's nice. I'll have a chat, but I just don't want to lead anyone on into thinking that it's a sale. You're talking to me because you want to talk to me and have a little break. I'm probably not going to buy anything from you if you come to my door.
Yeah, so that was a different side of it. So that was the door-to-door sales side. I was actually in the store. The door-to-door sales stuff is a little bit more intimate because the first step is getting them to talk to you. The second step is getting them to get inside your home. To get them to allow you to step inside the home to talk about these things. Once you're inside the home, um, you want to kind of look around and kind of, you know, compliment, make create compliments and like, talk to them and say, oh man, I noticed that, you're a Green Bay Packers fan, and, try to get them to kind of get their guard down and stuff like that. And make them comfortable, right? Because you're inside their place, and then go from there. But yeah, a lot of door-to-door sales guys, they're a little bit too overly aggressive and too pushy. So that's why it doesn't work very well. But the way that they do it is these guys, what they do is they have these circles. So what they'll do is they'll go knock on all these doors, and they'll go around the same neighborhood like 4 or 5 times in one day, dude. In one day, I don't know how the fuck they do it. Honestly, I would never want to do that job. That job sucks. And they just work the law of averages. So let's say they knock on 100 doors and they only get like two fucking people. To them that was a success, but it was fucking miserable. They were coming back like drenched in sweat. They just looked like they just had the hardest day in their lives. And I was just looking at them and I was like, you poor souls.
It sounds like someone just like someone who's just hollering at girls. You holler at 100 girls, and it works on one, so they keep doing it.
Dude, that's sales. That's cold calling. All direct marketing, that's all it is. They just work the law of averages. That is it. That is all they fucking do.
I don't know if you heard about the spam thing, older school spam. You want the spam to seem so obviously like a scam that you quickly filter out anyone who's paying attention.
Yeah, the sales. I remember when I found a way to introduce myself over the phone. Uh, I didn't know how to start a call, and I was like always searching for like, what do I say to someone I don't know over the phone? And when I discovered, what was it? Hi, Mr. Raj. We haven't spoken before. I'll take some of the mystery out of my call. When I found that phrase, it just worked for me. And when I found that intro, hi, Casey. Hi, Jeff. We haven't spoken before. I'll take some of the mystery out of my call. And pause. It opened up the door for me to kind of talk to people. I just didn't know how to start.
So
Yeah.
I did door to door sales for years. I sold magazines actually. So you were selling nothing to these people. And I had a strategy for it that was different for every single person that I saw. You had to make an assessment of that person within the first 2 seconds that you saw them, and go from there. um, it's quite challenging, but after about 6 months, the one every 20 people that I got, got to buy magazines off of me, it turned to 3 or 4, and then after that it turned to 5 or 6. The numbers game does work in your favor after a while of doing that, but yeah, it's incredibly hard work. And it paid surprisingly well. I know it was only magazines, but selling a subscription of $80 at their front door, and then splitting it with whoever the magazine crew owner was. Essentially, they brought in a decent amount of money.
Yeah, I guess I'm just the consumer that's been ruined, and anything that seems like an ad or a commercial or a pitch, I'm like that. What do you call it? Those fluids like the cornstarch and water, where the more you poke at them, the harder they get. Not in a dirty way though.
You were my favorite people running into at their front door.
That's what I was saying. I'll be friendly. I'll chat if you want to break and just have like not work, but I'm probably never going to buy anything.
Yeah, you were my favorite person to try to get to buy something from me.
It really would have to be something I already wanted, and you're just making it convenient for me. Like it was my idea.
Touch the heart before you touch the hand. I found has always been true.
So that's what I had to assess. Like when I first saw them, what would they like the most? I had a soccer spiel, a baseball spiel, a school spiel. Anything that I could say to this person to make them, get a magazine or subscription off of me.
Had a set list, but you didn't know what joke you were going to start with until
Right.
you.
I know all the cheesy jokes. It's not even funny.
Mhm. Mhm.
It's interesting how, our brains are wired to troubleshoot problems and learn patterns. And, you talking to enough different people allowed you to very quickly figure out like what the problem is, how do I systemize to figure out like what this person wants. And it's the same thing if you were trying to troubleshoot like a computer system that has like frequent problems with the same thing over and over, and you have to figure out which of those problems is the one that's happening that's caused it to lock up. And it's really like the same process.
I've never really looked at it that kind of light.
Service-oriented architecture, right? You invoke the right joke given the target.
Yep. If you gave that one grandma enough high fives, or like you said, cheesy jokes to the correct house dad, or the right compliment to the house mom, it, all different scenarios.
Yeah, and then the beautiful thing about it too is that after you talk to so many people for so much, you can kind of like categorize all the different personalities,
Yep.
and then you start to, yeah, dude, you start to figure out like different methods of interacting with each individual person. Because at the end of the day, people think that they're all unique and different, but they all fall in the category.
Without a doubt, 100%.
I find now that when I'm writing something, I'm just writing something so that I can understand how to design the infographic.
So something that I did struggle with the door-to-door sales was the numbers game. Like you said, hearing no so many times throughout the day really, really hurts on your self-esteem. Um, because no matter what, you're gonna run into those 50 no's before you hit one yes. And so what I did to cope was I would hide an insult before I left. But all right, take it deep, have a good one, or like, all right, suck it easy, see ya. And like, some people don't even listen to you, right? So some of them would be like, okay, bye, and then you would have that one person chase you down their driveway. What the fuck did you say to me, kind of stuff.
I'm sorry if I'm not listening. I gotta step away for a second.
Yep, that's why I try to be the friendliest no possible.
A no's a no, man.
We're talking about sales pitches here.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's get those pitches in. Numbers game. Dial and smile.
They can hear your smile on the phone.
Hi, Mr. Johnson. How you doing today? My name's Casey. Yeah, I was just wondering if you had a minute to talk about your mortgage. No? Okay, that's fine, but rates are about 3% lower than the last time you financed. So if you got any questions, this is my number. Feel free to call anytime. Have a good day.
Another thing too is what Casey perfected is talk with a smile. You can hear it in your voice.
Well, the secret to the whole system that unlocks the creativity is the throat clearing. It's like
Shut the
someone
fuck
serve
up.
at tennis, right? And to serve in tennis, it's all right. You take the ball out of your pocket, you drop it once, drop it twice, 3 times, maybe a 4 time, and then you throw it up in the air. Right? There's this ritual. So it starts with a right. Hello, Mr. Johnson. We haven't spoken before. I'll take some of the mystery out of my call. Our system identified that you stand to lose about $341 a month if you don't change the way that your mortgage is structured because the system is fundamentally changed. Has anyone called you about that before? That you stand to lose this much money? They haven't. Really?
The fear pitch. Oh, the fear pitch.
So, out of curiosity, are you more likely to buy something off of somebody who comes to your front door or over the phone? If you had to.
What am I more likely to buy? Telephone pitch or front door pitch? Oh, man, that's a hard one.
What about the backdoor pitch? Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna say telephone. I don't like it. I don't like it when people come to my front door, to be
I can
honest
see
with
that.
you.
Yeah,
Right?
I can see that.
Get off my lawn.
I guess
But
I'm just the ruined consumer that doesn't buy anything anymore.
I heard your statement earlier about that, and I felt that like I've sold so much that when someone tries to sell me on something, hell no.
But I love
I
hearing people's pitches. If someone knocks on my front door, I let them do it. Like I love hearing what they
See,
have to say.
that's what I was thinking about the phone pitch. Like people have called me up and pitched me on the phone, and I'll analyze their pitch. I'm like I'll talk to them about how they're selling.
I'll talk to people on LinkedIn all the time and be like, not good enough. What? The pitch isn't good enough yet. And then they'll send me more. Nah, you're still not making it. And the guy asks, do you want a copywriter or do you want a solution provider? And I'm like, good point. Keep going.
Oh, that was good.
Right? And I'm like, keep going. You haven't articulated yet. Give me some examples. Okay, you gave me some examples. Still not interested. But those were some good examples. Right? And it's like, people will, there's a system where, because most inbox messages are auto-generated, right? You'll if you have LinkedIn, you'll end up having 6 messages from the same person. Hey, just bumping this to the top. Hey, just bumping this to the top. It's like, I don't mind it because I know I do the same thing. right? But at this point, I'd be like, no, sorry, not good enough. You haven't looked at anything yet. You don't even know my last name. Come on. I know you have it in you. I believe in you. No, not yet.
I always enjoyed identify the customer need first before you try to pitch your product.
Or have the solution in your pocket
Yeah.
before you make the call.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So when I would call an engineer, I already had the job, right? Or a set of jobs that could be interesting. Right? Hi, my name is Mike. Spoken before. I'll take some of the mystery out of my call. A client of mine is attracting people with your profile in their space. But to be honest with you, I don't want to break up a happy home. Right? I'd hate to do that. Would you be open to receiving an email about an opportunity that could be closer to your home, maybe better money, maybe change of scope, maybe better work-life balance, any of those things? Oh, you can talk right now? You want to go close your door? It's okay, close your door. Okay, now we can talk, right? So it's any one of those myriad of things. And again, to Uncle's point, the decision is made in a microsecond, in the first, I won't even say 5 seconds, 2 seconds.
First second you hear that
Eye
voice
contact.
tone, you know.
But when I did magazines, man, there's no solution to any problem whatsoever. So you're literally selling your personality.
And I think that people don't realize that most of sales is personality driven. And that's why there's so few salespeople out there. It's hard to develop that personality. I remember my buddy said he had to decide whether he was going to go to sales or be in operations. And he said he'd rather be on the part of the business that was bringing in money rather than spending it.
What do you think about the pen, sell me the pen, as the sales interview?
I'll be honest with you, I don't have a good answer for it.
That's a really tough interview question,
dude.
Yeah.
It's really, so the whole point to that of, sell me this pen is to differentiate the people that try to look at the pen and push it on you versus the people that ask the customer, do you need a pen? What do you need a pen for? How often do you use a pen? You have to identify the customer needs before you sell.
Well, I think there's another game to be played, though, right? Which is when they ask you, sell me this pen, be like, no, let's move on. Right? Like, there's two games being played. One is during the interview, they're trying to make you dance for them. People don't realize that the interview say that they're setting up their power relationship with you. Right? They think it's their job to answer questions and be a monkey. No. Your job is to assert your own sense of control and power. Right? So I think nobody ever considers being like, why the fuck would you ask me that stupid question? Why, who do you like, elephants or spiders? And should I decide my relationship with you based on this arbitrary question? I thought you wanted to make money. You know what? Maybe this won't work out. Maybe we should end our call now. Right? Because it's not about how to answer questions. It's how to transition from interview to conversation. When you can go from interview to conversation, you already have a job. But you don't have to dance for them.
Yeah, and that was like the beautiful thing about interviews too, was instilling fear of doubt into people's minds. And because you would get like these really well qualified individuals that think that they got the job already, just based off their like resume. And we obviously had other interviewers that were coming in, and the way that I like to do it was I would see like a really good applicant, but I don't want them to feel like they're good because I don't want them to get into the like. I want them to work for the job and not have to think that, oh, I got this job, they need me and stuff like that. So what I would do was I would be conducting these interviews, and I would be like, well, at the end of the interview, I would tell them, I'd be like, well, we do have other applicants, and based off the information that you provided, I'm not really sure if you're like an actual fit, within our company. But you know, I really can't make that. I really can't make that decision at this moment, just because you're one of 10 other applications that we have to review. So yeah, I mean, if you get a call from us, letting you know that that your application has been submitted and you've been accepted as an employee, we'll kind of just go from there. But if you don't get a call from us, that just means that we weren't interested. And then I would just end it right there and not even let them respond and say, all right, cool, you can go ahead and fill out the questionnaire at the end of interview questionnaire that we have, and submit it to the receptionist at the front desk, and then look forward to our call, and then go from there. And then we would just use like fear of doubt tactics to let them know that the ball is not in their favor. Even though they might be the most qualified for the job, we have to set the expectation that they're not the most qualified for the job, because we need them to understand that they need to work for the position and not feel like it's just going to come easy to them.
And there's a game that people play, right? Which is, hey, I understand you have to think something. I'm going to need an answer by Thursday because I have 2 other offers that are pending. Talk to you soon. Right? So there's this game that can be played, but it is a power dynamic game.
Wow, that's so soul crushing. Because like after every interview, I don't know if this is a good habit or a bad habit. You guys can tell me now. I need to know how I did during that interview, and I literally ask them when they say, "Do you have any more questions for me?" That is one of my questions, or one of my questions I ask.
Yeah, just know that every interview that you go into, you may be the most qualified person for the job, and you may actually be getting the job, but they can't let you know that you're getting the job. There's nothing against you. It's just that they have to set the expectation that when you go into the interview and you're going to be interviewed for this position, that it's not going to come easy. And when you get the job, you're going to actually work for the job, because you feel like you earned the position. So now you have to earn everything else that comes after it. So it's like setting the expectation for the position that you're going into, and how the standards and expectations are going forward. So that's what the interview's for. And if you don't execute the interview properly, the interviewee might not take the company or the business. They might not take the company or the business seriously. So the interview is like, it's like the most, I think, is the most crucial step. And then the onboarding process, which is the what's it called again? The training period, like where they set the expectations, the standards of the company. They bring you in, they let you know the office environment, and they sit you down. They say, hey, this is what you can expect from us. This is what I'm going to expect of you, and all that stuff moving forward. But yeah, I feel like the very first thing is to set the standards at the interview section first. Set the standards reset the standards once again once you get the person into the office, and then continue to hold those standards throughout the entire business. But a lot of companies don't operate in that way, and that's why like a lot of people don't want to do sales or anything like that, because a lot of companies, they make it seem like it's easy and that anybody can do it, but they can't.
I have a friend hiring, not a friend, my first headhunting boss. He's hiring right now. And I was suggesting him to hire some remote candidates. And he said, to be honest with you, I'm not sure if these people that you've referred to me are going to make it. And I'm like, why? And I'm like, this is not an easy job, even when we're face to face. Right? And I'm like, look, the people I referred you, I told them the horror story. I've already told them the horror story. Right? You're going to make your calls in the morning before people start their work, and they're still having their bagel and coffee at 7:30 in the morning, because that's when executives start. And then you're going to talk to them in the evening after they get off work. Right? So I think not enough horror stories are told in the beginning. Right? But
Yeah, exactly. You have to set the expectation. You have to let them know what the fuck they're gonna get into before throwing them into it, because that's when people. Because if you set the expectation early and you let them know that what they're gonna be doing throughout the day, you're not wasting your time and they're not wasting their time. You know, the thing is that a lot of people, they try to have like a really good, like, their turnaround rate. It's very shitty because they just hire as many people as they can and onboard as many people as they can, not knowing or not setting the expectation. And these people may only last like 1 or 2 days. Well, that was 1 or 2 days that you wasted training somebody when you could have trained the actual person that was more qualified for the job, or that was more up for the task because they had a better understanding what was gonna happen moving forward.
yeah, the last time I interviewed with somebody, the guy said, "Tell me about yourself," and I said, "I'm batshit insane," and he said, "Me too." I'm like, "Okay, so we have an understanding," and we laughed, and then we moved on, right? Because I'm not gonna do some song and dance for like, you know how long it got me to just talk the way I'm talking right now, and not say, "Hey, how's it going, Casey? How are you, Mr. Raj?" Right? I used to talk like that, right? And now I just talk like this. Be like, "Hey, what's going on?" Yeah, I'm probably not the right person. And the weird thing is, we move towards that which moves away from us. We move towards that which moves away from us. So I found that's Oren Cloth, not me. And so I found that by saying no, people started coming after me and after offering more money. And I was like, holy shit. You mean I just had to say no this whole time? Fascinating.
I don't think I've ever been in an interview and been like, this is not right for me, or it said no in an interview before, to be honest.
Right. It's the most powerful thing you can do. And it's the biggest thing you can do to get a pay bump. I once said no to a hiring manager so much, he said, we should leave this place and start a company ourselves. These people are having their nuts licked all day long, right?
Yeah, this is true. Yeah.
Yeah, you break that, they don't know what to do with it, right? I learned this shit on stage doing stand-up, right? I realized that power does not know what to do. There's two people who can make fun of a king, the queen and the joker. Since I'm a queen, I choose comedy. They don't know how to, power does not know how to handle sarcasm. It's like a hot potato.
So when they ask me what my cons are or my weaknesses, I always try to make it like a positive weakness. So like I'll say something like I'm a bulldog and I'll go at it head first and I won't stop till I get it.
I would think less about first language disguises thoughts, Wittgenstein, right? So the question they're asking with their words is not necessarily the question that you can get from looking at the words, right? They're not seeing if you have the best answer. They just want to see how you make them feel with your answer. Does that make sense? It is possible to use all of the wrong words, but they feel right. But again, if you look at this interview as a relationship of power dynamics, you might say my biggest weakness is not being able to hold my tongue. Like, if I think that this interview is going off the rails, right, or going in the direction I don't think it should, then I'll tell you, and I apologize for that in advance.
That's such a ballsy approach. I love it.
The person who taught me how to headhunt, he had a degree in selling hockey equipment from a hockey store. Okay. And I used to watch this guy fucking say the wildest shit. but he could perform. And the only reason he said wild shit is because he would do his job and other people wouldn't do theirs. Right? So, again, it's one of those things where you can operate on the level of language, right? Or, like in poker, you can play the person and not the cards. You know, so for example, if they start asking you questions and be like, do you have a list of questions? Can I see them? No? Oh, okay, I'm just curious. Right? And they, again, when they're used to, it'll almost wake them up. Because you think they want to interview 20 software developers? They hate that shit. Who wants to talk to a software developer? You know what I mean? Who wants to talk to a recruiter? Who wants to talk to anyone? Right? So people don't remember. I realized early on when I was a recruiter and I was preparing folks to interview, it's not the most knowledgeable person who gets the job. It's often the most memorable. And people don't remember what you do for them. They remember how you made them feel. So if anything, you want to be able to use emotional language. But again, to Mr. Rogers' point, understand that the person sitting across the table, their goal is to make sure that you're willing to accept the least amount of money for the job. That's what they're trying to do, right? And that's okay, because they work for a company who wants to save money. But you, on the other hand, work for a company where you want to maximize your return. So, right? And at the end of the day, the number one way to increase your value is to generate multiple job offers, right? And this is Nash's equilibrium. The offer you accept is only as good as the next best offer you have. So if you develop a lot of great offers, you can start a bidding war. First of all, before we begin, what's the salary on this? Because I have a standing offer for 95.
Oh wow, you just right off the gate, huh?
Why waste their time? I respect you so much that why would I waste an hour of your time? Hey, just before we begin, I have a standing offer that I have to respond to by Wednesday. No matter how this interview goes, are you in a position to act by Monday? Because if not, you know, I can probably refer you to somebody.
Holy shit! I wouldn't even think to do something like that. That's immediate.
Dude, and the cool thing about it is that it doesn't even have to be true. You can just tell them that shit.
I didn't say it. Mr. Raj said it.
Dude, they do the same thing in the interviews. I mean, I've been on the other side of the table, so I know. You know, we blow smoke just as much as the interviewee. You know, I've seen so many resumes that were doctored that on paper these guys look like freaking geniuses, but when you actually get down to the meat and potatoes, you actually talk to these individuals. They're very timid. They get very nervous. You know, like the whole interview process to that, it just turns into a pile of shit. So, you know, when you're talking to these people, and you can tell the people who are very savvy, they know what they're talking about. They come in very confident. Um, and those are the ones that you want, the ones that are really confident and very pompous, and they have like you know, a high intellect and they think highly of themselves. But at the same time, you don't want them to bring that same cockiness into the work environment. So what you do is you do the build, break, build technique. So you hype them up. Oh man, yeah. And then you fucking just bring them fucking down. And you just freaking pretty much tell them that their resume shit and there's somebody else out there that has a better resume without like being condescending or anything like that. And, you know, and kind of like, compare them to, you know, other interviewees that you may have had in the past or anything like that, or just make shit up. And then at the end of it, you leave on that break. And then if you get them to come back in, they have a different level of understanding and they're a little bit more grounded. And that's when you can decide to start building them up again, because you've already broke down that barrier to where they're not so overconfident and thinking that they're going to run the show, because they're not. You still have certain ways that you have to run the business, and there's certain aspects of the business that need to be handled and they need to be handled in a way that conforms to everybody. And in order to do that, is that you have to bring them down to earth and make them feel like, you know, that they earned, they got the job because we wanted them and not because they were the best applicant and they knew that. So
Have you ever heard an interviewer dance around protected information? Like, you're not allowed to not hire somebody based on their age, their sex, their religion, right?
I was hiring people
yeah,
to
exactly.
their hydro SCADA system, and there were some applicants from Iraq. I couldn't put them through the process because it's just a regulated industry.
So listen to managers interviewing people and they'll ask them side questions. Oh, tell me what your hobbies are. Do you like hiking? Oh, you don't like hiking? No. Why don't you like hiking? Oh, you had an injury? Oh, okay, so you've got some physical issue. Okay, no, I understand though. That's cool. Well, what type of music do you like? Oh, yeah, the oldies. Yeah, I love the oldies. Yeah, oldies are great. And they're sourcing for, is this person at risk? Do they bring with them a host of physical issues that's going to drain our insurance and cost us time on the clock? Are they older or are they young and aggressive? Like, who am I working with? And it's a way to work through those protected, because they're not supposed to ask you what your physical health is, your age. Those are supposed to be taboo questions, but pick at them anyways.
We'll get the information. We had the information before the interview began, right? We just want to know if you're going to tell us. And there's this idea of people talking to you of psychological realism. So when you're on the phone long enough, you can see what questions people don't have answers to because they change their language, they change their diction, they change their grammar, right? So by switching back and forth from something very casual to something very serious, you get to see how conversant someone is. Because if they don't miss a beat, that means they don't have to think too hard about it. A lot of little things, right? There's the art, the science of it, the power dynamics of it. There was a joke that speaks to this from Curb Your Enthusiasm, where JB Smoove is going on an interview, and he's asking Larry for interview advice. And Larry says that he needs to topsy-turvy that motherfucker.
That's a good one. Another thing too is like if you're doing an in-person interview as well, um, to match their body language. So another
Yes.
like tactic that we used was, so if somebody was very like relaxed and laid back, well, I would be relaxed and laid back, and then eventually um, they would start mimicking me. So if I would lean in, onto the table and like, kind of lean up close to them, they would start leaning in close to me too. And I was able to control the entire like conversation and the entire narrative of the conversation just based off, you know, me mimicking their body language. And after a while, as the conversation went on, they were kind of like copying everything that I was saying and just eating it up. So
It also depends on the experience. Like, the more experience you have, the more things you can talk about. Like, I was afraid to go on the phone because I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. And I felt like really inadequate and I felt useless. And in a lot of ways, I was useless. And I just needed experience. I didn't realize it would take fucking 10 years, but here we are.
yeah, exactly. Experience comes a long way. I mean, you have to have experience with it, and that's the beauty of like sales and stuff like that. The more you do it, the more you can find out different ways and different techniques that you can use. Um, how to overturn these negatives. The KISS technique. Keep it stupid simple. Um, read, relate, relax. But these are all things that you do in person. Over the phone, it's a little bit different because you have to pay attention to different voice cues, the tone of their voice. Is it becoming choppy? If you're losing them, how to bring them back. Stuff like that. Like phone is cold calls and like sales over the phone is a completely different ball game compared to like an in-person interview where I have a lot more different characteristic cues that I can feed off of to kind of see like what I need to do. If somebody, you know, is somebody like kind of like fiddling with their hands? Are they tapping their knee? You know, like what are they doing? But over the phone, those are things that you can't see. So all you can do is try to make the conversation as memorable, like you said, as memorable and interesting as possible, and just cut to the chase. Because not a lot of people nowadays they don't want to be on the phone; they would rather text.
So that's why in sales, when you hear somebody say, "No, I'm not interested," that's literally what they mean. You're not being interesting enough for them to even listen to you over the phone or in person. It's when you need to brighten up. When you hear "I'm not interested" enough times, that's when you need to like change your spiel for or like change it to make it more personable or interesting for the person you are selling your product to. And I feel like that I struggled in those areas because when you have that half a second of seeing somebody, it's hard to see what would strike their interest immediately.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why you know and that's where you would tell somebody, like, you catch them off guard, right? So like let's say that you're selling a certain product to somebody and they already have that, they have a product that's similar. Instead of trying to tell them about your product, you ask them what they like about their current product, right? So what do hey, I'm here with so and so, who do you currently have? And then they'll tell you, whatever they have. Man, what do you like about it? That's a really great service. Because you don't want to bash the competitor. You know what I mean? You don't want to bash the competitor. That's the number one rule: is you don't bash them, and because that makes you look desperate. So you ask them, what do you like about the service? What do you like about that particular service or particular product? Then they start talking about it because they already have it. They know the ins and outs of it. So then you can pick and choose, say, oh man, that's awesome, but I just want to let you know that our product and service, we actually offer way better speeds, or this product can do this. I mean, I really see, I can really see you benefiting from this. I don't understand why you would even be stuck in that to begin with. I mean, but that's just me. That's just me. If it was me, I would highly consider, switching over. I mean, what is it going to cost you? It's a, even if it comes with a free trial, right? For magazines or whatnot, right? Hey, it comes with a free trial subscription. We can get you on board. If you don't like it, go ahead and cancel. Shit like that. There's like a bunch of different things that you can do to keep them interested. And then also pointing out that, most of the time there's zero risk involved. And if they like it, they can keep it. If they don't, they can cancel at any time. There's just so many different things that you can do within the sales industry to get somebody interested. The thing is, yeah, it's just the repetitive nature of it and trying to figure out what to use, what works, what doesn't work. And it's constantly evolving, especially with this age of information that we have. The general consumer, they're much more educated. And I wouldn't say they're much more educated because they know about it. They're much more educated because we have tools like Google, Yahoo, these different search engines that they can go to and be a little bit more familiarized with the products and services that are out there in order to make a better decision on what they're purchasing. So the general consumer nowadays is definitely much more savvy when it comes to tech or certain products because they're already looking at these things. Now let's say you get like a 50, 45 to 50 plus year old, that conversation is going to be completely different because these individuals, they're not used to going on Google and searching things up. So that's a completely different conversation that you would have versus like a 20 something year old or early 30s, late 40s. So just being able to differentiate those types of individuals and being able to formulate something on the fly that can like kind of be in your favor. Especially like with door to door sales, you got to be on it like quick. The moment that you walk up to that door, you got to know what the fuck you're saying. You got to know how to overturn the negative. You got to You got to do so many different things all at once. That's why I give a lot of respect to those guys. But at the same time, it is a really, really, really fucking tough industry to be in. But direct marketing is um, the number one revenue generating streams of marketing. It just works.
Man, it took me, probably a week and a half for me to get my first sale. Again, I was only 21 years old. This was years ago. And eventually I became successful at it. But getting it down at first, man, it was a huge process for me, definitely.
It's a rite of passage. Not everyone. Look, it took me fucking 6 months to make my first sale. Right? Because sometimes these headhunting sales cycles can be 6 months, a year, 2 years, sometimes, depending on the level. It's not fun. It's not fun in the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have the other side, which is B2B sales, right? Which is a little bit easier, just because when it's B2B, the business that you're going to, they actually schedule the appointment. They know what they're going into. You're just there to kind of talk to them about the product and why they should buy it from you and all that stuff. So, there's a whole different side of it. Um, I never really got into the B2B sales. I was more of the direct consumer sales side, so I can't really speak too much on that. But I have a lot of friends that are in the B2B sales side. I have one that works for Dell. He actually works in the government infrastructure section where he's selling. They're selling like software systems to like the military and stuff like that, and he's actually been able to create a really successful career off of it. He had offered me a job, but the thing is that they're inside all freaking day, and I I just can't be inside the same the same building all fucking day. I would lose my mind. But yeah, sales was fun. Like it helped me out a lot. And if that's one thing that I could suggest, I would suggest people to try and do like some sort of like sales job in the beginning, just to brush up their communication skills and to be able to talk to people and to be able to adapt to all the different personalities that are in the world. Because that's the beauty about sales. You never know who's going to buy your product. You never know who you're going to speak to. You never know, the type of intelligence that someone has just based off the way they look. Um, we have a technician. We had a technician in our company that was very biased, and he would go to these homes and he would see that the people that were living there that they just didn't look like they had money, but you can't really equate money and the value that somebody holds based off the way they look, just
Oh
because
yeah,
some people live differently, right? There's people that live very minimalistic, and there's people that live in chaos and their house is really dirty, but they do have a lot of value within themselves. So being able to brush away all the biases that come with characterizing certain individuals and not not categorizing people based off of what they look like, but actually communicating to them and seeing if they're interested. Dude, I've gotten so many sales off of individuals that have like broken down cars, they have lemons, but the people were very good with their money, and the reason that they had the things that they had was because they saw more value in keeping those things running and saving money for the bad situations, like when their HVAC system goes out, or they need to fix the plumbing in their house, or they need electrical work done, or they need to repair the roof and stuff like that. That a lot of people in sales they don't see. They just see the outer image and the outer shell. They don't actually see the person inside. So that's the one thing that a lot of people, they don't understand is that you cannot see the value of somebody just by the way they look. You have to actually talk to the person, communicate with them, and see what's best for them. I've had super rich people that were the cheapest motherfuckers in the world, and most of the time they're the most cheapest bastards in the world. And you go to these houses, and these guys want you to do favors for them and do stuff that like it questions my morals and the integrity of my business. And I'm just like, no, I'm not going to do that for you. But at the end of the day, I earn their respect because the way that I tell them is like, I'm sorry, I know you want me to do these favors for you, but I just can't do it. It's not morally just, and it's kind of question my integrity of the business, because if I do it for you, then I would have to do it for every other customer as well to keep it fair. And if I do it for every other customer, then that puts me in a really bad situation because not only am I doing a favor for you that I know is not just, but I'm putting our business at risk, and there's liability issues with that. And then they're like, you know what? I don't even know why I asked. So it's kind of like putting the blame back on them and making them realize that what they're doing can hurt me, because they're not thinking about that. They're just thinking about what deal that they can get and what can they get out of you. And they don't care about if it's going to harm the company or if it's going to come back on you or anything like that. Most consumers that are looking to save money, they just want to fucking save money. They don't give a shit about what you're doing, about your company, or anything like that. And I think Michael actually said that yesterday.
Yeah, it's I think at the end of the day there are a lot of different what we would call heuristics or strategies or tactics. But at the end of the day it's how you put them all together. It's almost like, you know, I've noticed that there's a difference between fighters, like UFC's on tonight. I'm not sure if you guys watch that stuff, but like there's a difference between fighters who can punch while they're moving and people who have to be set in a stance before they throw an attack. And yeah, the experience, to me, I had to experience things. I didn't have enough failure. I hadn't read enough books. I hadn't been enough around. There's a lot of reason I was failing that I didn't know. I wasn't confident. All of those things.
Yeah, dude, and that's the one thing too, is like, how do you instill confidence in someone that doesn't have any confidence? Like, how do you get someone
Oh,
to realize the untapped potential that they have without pushing them too hard to a point where they want to continue to do the job at hand and see the value in themselves and not be overly stressed and feel like we're trying to make them do something that they don't see themselves doing. You know what I mean?
that's it's the challenge that you face when hiring at all times, because you don't know where a resume tells you nothing about where people are in their life. And I always tell people at the beginning of an interview, like, by the way, like, I saw your resume, but I don't want to assume that what you've done in the past is what you want to do in the future. Do you still want to do what you've done in the past? Some people say, yeah, I love what I do. Some people say, it's funny you ask. Because I just want to see, like, just naturally, like, we don't have to talk about the thing that you're supposed to talk about. Hey, do you still like HVAC? No, you starting to hate it? Oh, yeah. What do you hate about it? Okay. Now, they might still decide to work in the industry, but it's just by having that radically transparent conversation.
Yeah, I like that. I like that because then you get to see, like, okay, well, maybe they love the job, they just didn't like the management that they were with, or they
That's
didn't like the dynamic of the company, or they didn't like a certain technician. It just opens up
not the
a
job,
whole
it's the people.
different door of possibilities.
You're absolutely right. It's not the job, it's the people don't like, right?
Yeah, exactly. Most of the time, it's the people. It's the management
Yeah, at the end of the day,
or
it's
the
just you
fucking work
sitting with your
environment.
right? Most jobs are the same. Hey, here's this keyboard. Now, just do whatever you can with the keyboard we gave you. Hey, how's that keyboard working out? Good. Um, and even it's just people are people, eh? No matter what industry you work in, no matter what the job is, people are still going to be people. So eventually, you're going to have to figure out people, not technology, if you want to progress.
Yeah, I love these conversations. These are good conversations. And then I'm trying to actually get I'm trying to get I'm trying to get our business to hire a content creator, um, someone to manage our like Twitter, our Facebook, our Instagram, and handle all the social medias and create content and stuff like that. But they haven't actually understood what it was for because they're old. It's an older clientele. I mean, not an older clientele, but the office manager, which is my family. He's older and he doesn't understand the need for it. But I keep trying to tell him, like, dude, like, if we don't start to um, to get our footing in, like with this whole social media wave that's coming in, we're gonna get left behind. I was like, the new age of contractors, they're starting to use all these different means of social media to attract business, and that's what people are using to find companies now, right? Like people go on Facebook, they go to their little groups. Hey, do you know so and so? Yeah, I do. They're always posting stuff on their Facebook or on TikTok now. You see advertisements for certain industries on there, whether it be like handyman services or anything like that. Um, stuff like that. So I'm trying to get them to do that. So we'll see how that goes.
I'll
But
if you if you DM me some of the details, I'll create a prototype commercial because that's all I do. Like I'm doing that for the electronic solutions company. It's funny because it's a B2B thing in a lot of cases, depending on which customers they want. So you don't need to go viral with your content to make money, eh? You don't need to go viral at all. You just need to
yeah,
speak.
exactly.
So I put together like a bunch of videos that if you look at their stats, nobody's watching them, right? But if you see the inbound calls that we get, dude, it's crazy. Because
Yeah,
people
exactly.
go to the website, find your number, give you a call. Now we have 2 students. That's how it happens. They don't like,
Yeah, exactly.
they don't share, they don't make a comment. You don't even know they watched the video. They just call you up. Oh, by the way, how'd you get my number? I don't know. Somebody gave me the number. Can you ask them how they, right? And eventually you find, oh, you saw that video? Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing though. Like there's I took so they had sent us to a seminar, and it was about web applications and looking at the analytics on Twitter and all these different analytics that you can use online to kind of actually gauge like where most of your click rates at. And they were talking about bounce rate and all these different things. And I've always had a fascination with like the psychology behind all of these different components. That's what I want to do. That's what I'm trying to transition into the marketing side of things, like digital marketing, direct marketing, and all that stuff, and sales. So our company, we're slowly growing. We're getting bigger. I think we have about four technicians, 2 installation teams, and right now we just have one guy in the office that's taking on all the workload. But we're growing at a really rapid pace just because of how COVID was. When COVID hit, everybody went home. Well, when everybody's at home, they want their house to be comfortable. So we got like a really big boost in our company, and that's the issue that we're having right now is trying to accommodate everybody with the current staff that we have, and it's not. It's been a challenge.
Yeah, it's I remember when I first started working with a solutions company, I just started sharing his content, right? Because I was like, wow, I think you're doing something that nobody else is doing. Hands-on training, small batches of 5 students, right? 1 week boot camps, 30 days new career. It's great. And we started creating content, and we probably like pushed out maybe 15 to 30 videos over the time. And the inbound success has been something that I wouldn't even have imagined. And again, it's not like we're going viral. There's not like 100 comments or 100 shares. It just like we had like arguably Canada's #1 telco give us a shout, right? Over LinkedIn saying, hey, I saw your video. Do you guys do this? I was like, oh shit. We have like, you know what I mean? So it's strange. Content is strange. You only need one person to see your video for all of the return in the world.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they were saying in the seminar. They were saying like if you're not putting yourself out there and you don't have all these different pages on your website that take you to a bunch of different links, and you don't have like a blog going, and you don't have all these different things going, you're like there's like unrealized revenue that a lot of these older companies are not utilizing, and that the new generation of contractors and technicians are going to be utilizing. And in the next 10 to 15 years, like if we don't step up, we're pretty much killing our own business.
Well, because I hate making cold calls and I hate sending emails to make sales, I always wanted to get to the point where the content sold for me, right? Because who wants to make a cold call? That's fucking terrible. It's like emotionally like castrating. So I was like, what if we could create content that sold? And they call that a commercial, right? But it was like, I'd never done it before. Like I'm talking about like, how do we make a video, shoot footage, make a video, put the video out there, and then the video sells. It took me a while to get it done, but once we got it done, it's funny because you can't stop it from working. Does that make sense? Now the videos are just out there, right? And more people are seeing it, right? And it's like, oh, you saw the video? Okay, great. And it's like now it's just happening. It didn't happen overnight, but I'm telling you, the investment in content to make sales instead of hiring salespeople to dial for dollars and annoy our customers because our customers don't want to be called in the first place. Gorgeous.
Yeah, and that's how we do a lot of our sales too. So like when we have like a particular product or something that we want to show the customer, we just provide them with a link to the video. They watch it, and then they're like, "Yeah, I'll buy that."
Yeah, right? So it's like the demo. Hey, you want to watch a demo? Don't come to the webinar. Click this link now. Like, I wanted to use video so I wouldn't have to keep fucking repeating myself. That's why I liked editing video. It's like, oh look, a way I don't have to repeat this thing over and over and over again. Oops. Yeah, people will watch the video while you're talking to them on the phone.
Shit, I've
It
even
is.
showed people in person. I've even just walked up to them and said, "Hey, this is the product. I can explain it to you, but this video it'll better demonstrate and
Yeah.
explain to you." You know what I mean?
Or
So
you,
I just
or you
pull it
could
up.
imagine you have like a playlist of like 20 videos, right? And depending on who you're talking to, you'd be like, you just turn the phone around.
Yeah, because it shows that they're like, "Oh shit, these people like they're like, not only can they talk to me about it, they have a demonstration of how it works in my house, and it shows like the little, illustration of different particulates being filtrated out, and what it does, and it shows the ion, because we can't, like, I can talk about ions and molecules and all that stuff, but when you actually put an image in front of someone's face of what it looks like, at the molecular level, they're like, oh shit, so that's what it does. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of like gets their little, like, their creative juices flowing for them to kind of understand it a little bit better.
I'm sending you a video now. It's one of the things I'm playing with as a concept. But little small videos like the one I just DM'd you, it's fascinating, right? But it requires a deep, 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 deep understanding of your customer. And it also requires you to look at all of the other content that is being developed out there and deciding to be different. That's not an easy thing to do, but when you do it, it's good.
I like that. That's a very simple but effective video.
Stupid simple, right? What could be simpler?
Yeah, they're using a stud finder, and it's just kind of showing what they're gonna do inside your house.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So that was from the class last week, right? And yeah, like I wrote up some copy off the top of my head, spit it out. I'm even doing another video. I'll send it to you. This is a prototype for a school. Yeah, I just sent it to you. This one I added a bit more flair to it. And you'll see me in the video.
Yo, that was dope. I like that.
So that's just stuff like, because I got the M2, we're able to like iterate and develop prototypes a lot faster, right? So now it's like, here's the video. Like, it took me maybe 30 seconds. It's so strange. It took me 30 seconds to export half a gig of video. Shit is stupid. So now I can just quickly spit out videos one after another, do the prototypes faster, change them, get the feedback, get to the final. Like, I was trying to tell the guy what the script should be, and he couldn't hear me. I was like, you know what, let me just record the script, slap it on the video, render the video, send it to you. How long is that going to take? Give me 30 seconds.
So what was your process when you started doing all this? Like, have you been doing this for a while? Making
Yeah,
videos?
yeah, because as a recruiter, I needed to communicate an idea to people and attract them to me, right? But people don't read anymore. So people don't read anymore. My emails are useless. So what are they doing? They're playing games and watching video. Okay, I guess hey guys, we're gonna have to learn how to create video now. That's all it was. If people don't read, how do I get their attention? Video, okay, video it is.
Yeah, and I like that you're taking into account like the attention span of the average person it's smaller and smaller, right? It's getting smaller and smaller as we go. Like before, like when YouTube first came out, people were putting out like 30-minute videos and content and people were watching it. And now if your video is more than 30 minutes long and they see that it's more than 30 minutes long, the the amount of people that are actually going to watch that is very, very small. So being able to condense all the information in a small video that's only about 30 seconds to a minute long and being able to convey all the information properly, like, dude, that's fucking powerful.
Now it took me like 4 or 5 years from the time that I learned it from my brother-in-law to actually say, you know, with any degree of certainty, I can put together a campaign that works. But, you know, it's not as straightforward. It's kind of like designing music, where it's like, hey, is this going to work? I don't know. We're going to try it. If it works, we're going to keep doing it. If it doesn't, at least we learned that it doesn't work, so we can save our resources and do something different. I don't, even to this day, I have no marketing crystal ball.
That's what's funny too is that, so like I love watching TikTok. That's like my guilty pleasure. But thinking of like, okay, so like for instance, um, I cut the cable, and when I used to watch TV, I used to hate commercials. But I feel like now, like with TikTok and all the different reels and all the different forms of like media that we're getting, it feels like I'm watching a commercial every time that I watch somebody's like every time that I watch somebody's content, just because it's so short, sweet, and to the point that it's more engaging because it's like very like right in your face. It tells you what's going on and it's fast and it's repetitive because it's in a loop.
Yeah, it's I still want people to read, but I know that they're not going to read first, right? They're going to watch first, right? And if I can give them enough information through watching, I think the right people, or at least the people who are literate, will eventually read. But it's this idea of progressive disclosure. You know, you're progressively telling your story 15 seconds at a time. Yeah, it's I remember like even working with the comedian Roma Spencer, like we did 20, 30 videos for her, and the most popular one was 13 seconds. And it like completely changed my whole idea of, you know, what effectiveness was.
Yeah, that makes me realize like why Super Bowl commercials and like all these marketing and advertisement campaigns, they're really short and they just give you just enough information to want more. So that's where like you said that the people who are more reluctant to read would 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 want to go read that, because if you see something and it captivates you and you're like, oh shit, well, they didn't really answer my questions. Well, now you're going to go to the website. Now you're going to go read and see what's going on and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, I can appreciate that approach for sure.
It's all of these things that we talk about, like I like the way that Dr. Wetzel talked about it. Like these are metaphor frameworks, right? So we have a framework to approach an interview, right? We have a framework to approach a sale, a framework to approach making a decision. And they're just frameworks at the end of the day. All models are false, but some are useful. I think the reason that all models are false because you're not supposed to use. You have to know. There's this French phrase called savoir faire, which means to know what to do when to do it. So there's all these suggestions and tips and tricks, but at the end of the day, the experience is where you develop your instinct. And instinct is not developed overnight.
Dude, one of these days I'm gonna actually have the mic open and bring y'all through the entire talk with the customer.
They like, and then you'll have to take it off because she starts wanting to get the target's a woman. She starts wanting to get to know you personally. So I understand you're 6'5". I see.
Dude, they all fucking do that. How tall are you? Did you play ball?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, I was a baller and a shot caller. That's right.
The thing is too is that a lot of people are very lonely. So when I go to people's houses, I'm the only interaction they have with people. So they'll want to tell me their personal life stories and talk to me about stuff that's to me, I wouldn't mind doing it if I wasn't in a work environment. If I wasn't there to
Yeah,
provide a service or anything like that. But it gets to the point where I had a trainee with me, and he said that he was like, dude, you he's like, when you're talking to these people, you kind of just cut them off at the end of the call. And I'm like, well, yeah, time is money. So what I do is, he said he thinks it's rude too, but I don't. I just, I have to cut it off, at a certain point. So what I do is as I'm talking to these people, I'll start walking backwards and then kind of turn away from them, and I'll be like, all right, it was nice talking to you. Gotta go.
I love it. Yeah, man, you have to. Because the thing is, because you can conversate, people like talking to you. And they'd rather talk to you than do their job, right? So, and I mean, it's a gift, really. Touch the heart before you touch the hand. I didn't understand the true weight of that idea.
Yeah, hold on, I gotta make a phone call.
Hi, guys. This has been the SquareSpace Degen Conversations in a Broadcaster Voice. I am So You Want to Attract Funding. Michael Jagdeo, nice to meet you. In the beginning of the space, there wasn't anyone here for a good 30 minutes. And so what I did is I imagined that there was people here and had a conversation with an imaginary version of you guys. So if you get a chance, I'm going to end this space. I want to listen to it back. Plus, I also plugged in my microphone to the bottom of the phone, so I want to see if the microphone worked. I hope it did.